Alright, what's up everybody? It's Genius and Drew. Welcome you to another episode of the Andrew Borcheski Experience. This is going to be episode 764. Media. What are we doing? Just continuing with where we left off. I got almost done with that last page from the last stream. So I figured what we'll do is we'll do the whole Photoshop thing first, get the next page set up and going, and then we'll jump in to the video edits. And once I get some renders going, then we'll jump into the drawing, and then we'll figure it out from there, right? You know what I mean? I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. Gotta roll up my sleeves for this stuff, yo. I was over here like, yo, why my arms feel so tight? You know what I mean? Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into it. Boom. Perfect. Yeah, so damn, we're gonna jump on page 23 today. Decent. Anybody got fake friends out there? You know, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, you can leave a comment. Like, I know if you watch the VOD, a lot of y'all watch the VOD on Twitch. Shout out to y'all, right? But if you're watching the VOD and you on and you're on YouTube, oh, even if you're watching the VOD on Twitch, you likely have a YouTube account. You can go ahead and leave a comment on the VOD in the comment section. You know what I mean? You don't have to be live to comment on YouTube. I don't even know if you have to be live to comment on the VOD in Twitch. It's weird. Twitch got this weird part where there's like a chat for like a page. Like when you look at the tabs on anyone's like Twitch profile, whatever you want to call it, on their page, there's all those tabs like home, video, this, that, and the other. And then one of those tabs is chat. I don't know what that's about. You know what I mean? Because it's still there when they're not live. So it's like, can you just like chat in there for no reason? Leave an answer. Leave an answer. Anybody got fake friends out there? Like the fake ones? You know what I mean? Like the ones that they're your friends, but they're not? Anybody got those? What are we at? 4 1/4? 4 1/4. Yo, shout out to the fake friends, especially if they're like, you know what I mean? They hold like positions of power where they can like kind of like decide things for people. You know what I mean? Force people to have to like kind of do what they say. You know what I mean? Like a tyrannical boss. You know what I mean? Shout out to the fake friends. Yo, y'all can be so fake sometimes. You know what I mean? And lie through your teeth every step of the way, right? 7.5 months. You know, people that mean well, but they don't. Like shout out to y'all, man. You got any fake friends? Like leave a comment since, you know what I mean, you're not watching live. Leave a comment in the VOD. Go on my Twitch page and just leave a comment randomly in there. I wonder if those like linger at all, if they just still have like that 30-second shelf life. Nah, leave the comment in the YouTube video, you know, that way it can live. My bad. I just got done working out. You know, so my glasses are kind of, you know what I'm saying? Yo, don't let your fake friend be a cop. Don't let your fake friend be a cop. And then you really got problems. You got a fake friend that's a cop with a fake friend that swear they meant well. You know what I mean? Leave a comment in the VOD if you got friends like that. Shout out to you. You made it this far into the video. that might be enough. Come on. I don't know, we'll see. Wait, what? Why is this telling me that? Hold on. Yeah, today's the 13th, right? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Why is that happening? Oh, that's why. Yo, get out of here. I feel like that's everything for this one. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into. Oh, nah, that isn't everything. Ooh. See, I don't want to like start the video renders and then get into. I don't want to do video renders and then get into whatchamacallit. Have to make any sort of changes. So yeah, this. Let me see something real quick. If that's 375 and that's 10.5. The middle would be 1425. Like 2, which is 7 1/4. I know 7 1/8. And then you can plus or minus, so you can make that 7 and 7 1/4. Oh no, 7 1/8 with halvesies. Wow. I might just do that. I might just do that. I might just customize that one real quick. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm gonna hit y'all with a little bit of a custom measurement, just for funsies, you know. I shouldn't say that word anymore. You know, after Joe Rogan and Tekken 101 started saying it, I don't know, I should probably not say that word anymore. You know what I mean? They should like buy my merch, wear my merch, and then say it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's right. I already got the video queued to continue rendering from last time, right? So I feel like I only got like 1 or 2 more videos to render, and then I have to actually like move on to doing some After Effects work. So yeah, we're gonna jump right into drawing. Let me just get this queued up real quick. Oh, come on. Oh, dang. Dang, did that. Yo, why am I looking a little fuzzy? Hold on. Dang, I feel a little fuzzy. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Let's go ahead and do this while we're at it, alright? So that way we got the next page going. Get some of this, you know what I mean? So ladies, if you're in my area, you know what I'm saying? You need to get your locks tightened up. You know what to do. Got some here too? No? Good? Good? About here a little bit. See, this is what happens, man. I get started, I just don't stop. Hold on. Alright. Dang, I feel something over here. Hold on. No, I gotta stay looking fresh for y'all. Fresh and funky. Alright. Alright, what am I doing? We're rendering, right? Let's render this video. We got 1 hour in, so we're gonna do another hour. Alright. Oh, you blinking and winking on me. How dare you? How dare you? Alright. Do I got tea, water? Do I got anything? Hold on. What do you got? got some fresh tea going. I might need to hit that water one more time, you know. Water. All right. What am I doing? Got the right camera. Hold on. Make sure my angles is right. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so it's gonna be like that, huh? Let's do this instead. You know, I was looking for something the other day, and I just can't find it. I wonder if this will work at all. Like, I wonder if I could just do this. You know what I mean? Like, old trick I used to do back in the day, back when I had like carpet, was to hit the carpet with the eraser to clean the eraser off. Anytime you ever had like a smudged up, like an eraser that just got too much on it, so even when it started erasing, it left marks behind. Just hit the eraser on the carpet, and then you can get rid of all the kind of worked. It kind of worked. You hit on the carpet one time, like you just do it like one time. That thing works, like, you know what I'm saying? Say what you want about hardwood floors and all that, and tile and all that good stuff, you know what I mean? Living on stone and all that, you know what I mean? Like, that's good and all, but man, you cannot clean your erasers on that floor. If that's like that, I just want to go like that. Same thing here. see. Let me see. I actually didn't even like confirm whether or not. Yeah. That's so weird. In the last stream, I gained a follower. You know what I mean? Like praise Jesus and them. You know what I'm saying? And then in the same stream, within the same stream, I lost another follower because the person I followed is still there. So that means that somebody else that was following unfollowed. It's amazing how that happened. You know what I mean? In the last stream, I was talking about weirdos, just a constant barrage of weirdos on my channel, which is funny because it's like, since it's on the internet, it's always meant to look like it's random, right? Where like if you're being constantly bothered by the same people, like in your personal life, like on the street or something like that, like, you know what I mean, bullied by like an individual out in real life, like you could be like, oh no, it's that person. But anything that happens online is always meant to look random. And I think it's funny that people in the world would sit there and can still sit there and say like, oh yeah, it's on the internet, so it's random. It's like, no, the internet is like branched out from being just like random interactions, especially with like social media. You know, social media brought us all together, right? It brought us all closer to one another. Now it's all peace and love and kumbaya, right? Or did it just bring everyone together, including everyone with their like negativity, like people that would like bully somebody or pick on somebody on a daily basis? You know, like Christmas Story, and they had like what's his name, and the little froggy dude that was with him, you know what I mean, like, or Toad, whatever his name was, you know, buddy with the raccoon hat and the yellow eyes, and then he had his like little sidekick with him, you know. Like, so you had people that could like bother you in your real life, but I like how like we could sit there and celebrate how social media has brought everyone together, or at the very least anybody could ever say that social media like brought us all closer together. And it sounds like it's kumbaya all day, right? Like it sounds like it's the greatest. Oh yeah, we're all together, we're all in this together. Well, it's like, yeah, the bullies got in too. So I think it's funny that anybody could ever sit there and just expect for the world to just be like, oh yeah, it happened online, so it's random. It's like, nah, social media kind of made it so that way anything that happens online really isn't random anymore. You know what I mean? When it's like people know you in your real life, so then they research you online, and then they find you, and then they have the choice of whether or not they want to maintain their anonymity towards you online, or if they want to, you know what I mean, say it with their chest and be like, hey, it's me, hi, hello, and actually do that whole thing that social media claims to be, which is, you know, bringing us all together for the better. You know what I mean? It's just amazing to me. Like in the last stream, I got a follower, so I finally hit 70 followers again. Anybody who doesn't know, I had the goal of 70 followers a while ago, and then we beat it. And I was curious about like kind of reaching 70 followers, because I was like, you know what I mean, I'm playing with these streaming tools, so I'm just like, what happens when I hit 70? Do I have to manually update it? What's the next like follower? It updated on its own automatically, which is cool. I was like, oh, that's neat, and I was all happy about it. And then you know me, it's the Andrew Golszewski experience, I'm gonna tell you. And then like shortly after that, it dipped back down to 69 and sat at 69 for a couple of months until, what was it, yesterday's stream or a couple of days ago, whatever the last stream was, a couple of days ago, let's say. Like, then I got the follower, So it put me from 69 from a couple of months back to 70. And then I was like, oh yay, you know what I mean? Because you know what I mean. I'm gonna do that whole thing. I got all the sizzlers and the poppers and all that other stuff. I'm like, whoosh, and you know, throwing streamers and you know what I mean. Like I'm doing all that stuff. Like, yo, look, someone's gonna sit there and say, oh no, he says he has the poppers, like, and then they're gonna misinterpret that. Watch. So yeah, and then within the same stream, somebody, I don't know who, because who's gonna sit there and memorize 70 followers, right? Like, I can't even memorize 7 followers. So after that, just coincidentally, somebody unfollowed. But not the person that had it been the person that followed and then they immediately unfollowed, I'd be like, oh, okay, they just followed on accident. It makes sense. Or maybe they thought my stream was something else, but then it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't what they were. Oh, okay. But nah, the person that followed stayed, and then just somebody else who's been hanging in there, thugging it out, has been like, oh, he reached 70. Now I'm out. You know what I mean? It's stuff like that's funny to me. You know what I mean? Like everything online is meant to appear random. That's what we've allowed. We've allowed for anyone to be like, oh no, we're not bullying him. We're just, you know what I mean? It's random. It's the internet. Like who knows? Who knows who, what, when, where, why, and how? It's the Russians. It's, you know, it's the hackers in Nigeria. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like people that harass me in my personal life that found out that I do this and then found a way to harass me here. Like I'm sure we have like all those sort of stories that happen in like high schools. People who got bullied in high school, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? You got people talking about neighbors harassing me. I got neighbors that are in high school, middle school, elementary school here. You know what I mean? The kids that grew up with this technology. You know what I mean? So like they know it differently than I do. They either know it better or they don't. You know what I mean? But either way, they grew up with it, so they see it in a way that's different from like how I see it. But yeah, I pity anybody who would sit there and say like, oh no, anything that happens on my channel is just a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like take the person that on the last stream that was talking to me. Anybody like find it odd that, and I'm not even talking bad, I'm just speaking facts here. Anybody find it odd that somebody who was chatting with me on my stream, you know what I mean? And it was a person I didn't recognize their name, so it wasn't somebody I know, you know what I mean? Like not even a follower that I'm aware of that I know, you know what I mean? Like it was just a person that was talking to me for the first time. But they immediately, like, even though I'm on an art stream doing artwork and not talking about fitness, how somebody could just jump onto my art stream and then start asking questions, like interrogating me about fitness videos. Oh, you work out, you got body. Like flattery will get you everywhere, you know what I mean? Oh, you used to do workout videos? I didn't know that. Why'd you stop? Like, who said I stopped? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I did after that, but it was just like, you know what I mean? People are whack. But isn't it funny that on the same stream that happened is the same stream that I hit that 70, but then somebody unfollowed, so it puts me immediately back at 69. It's almost like there's 2 of them. Who knows, probably at this point all 70 of my followers are all trolls. You know what I mean? Which is funny to me. You know, because it goes to say, like, with social media, how it brought us all closer together, and it brought the bullies with everybody, you know what I mean? That you have, like, the bullies, and it's the same exact culture. It's the same exact culture as it was without social media, without the internet, without any of that. Where they're just like, you could say the same thing about an internet bully that you could say about just a real life bully. You know what I mean? Like somebody who was just so sad and pathetic that they gotta like go and ruin somebody else's day for whatever reason, or go mess with them for whatever reason, or sit there and think that they're like, you know what I mean? Like, go follow them and then I'll unfollow them. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Oh, he wants 70 followers so bad. It's like, nah, give me 70 million followers. Like, what are you talking about? Give me 7 followers. Like, I don't care. I just think it's funny that people are that dumb as to sit there and think that at this point, with the temperature that social media is at, that they could sit there and be online bullies and then think like that they're protected under the no, it's online, it's random. You know what I mean? Like, how long is it gonna be until like people are just found out? You know what I mean? Like IP addresses are treated like ID. You know what I mean? Where people can point out the neighborhood bully. People can point out like the bully IP address. Like, at what point does that happen? Like, what, with all your millions, Zuckerberg, you can't figure out like a system to identify IP addresses that you know, like partake in malicious activity, malware, and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Across varying degrees of just criminality. You know what I mean? From smaller crimes to larger crimes. So that way you can, you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna make social media, then make social media. Just understand what socializing is. You know what I mean? Like people want to sit there and live in this fantasy world like all socializing is all positivity. You know? You could have socializing that's not positivity. They're called arguments or heated arguments, or you know what I mean, heated debates. You know what I mean, where things can get off the rails. I would say social media has gotten to a point where it's off the rails. And I think it's pretty pathetic that after so many years, with all your millions and how brilliant and genius, not just Zuckerberg, but you know, Zuckerberg and the like, all of them, you know what I mean? Who are the smart people, you know what I mean? Musk and them, Musk and Zuckerberg, they never fought, right? Like, what happened? Y'all get scared? What happened? What happened? So I think it's pretty sad that y'all can sit there and keep pushing technology and keep looking for the next best thing when the next best thing is right in front of your face, and it's making what you already have better, because you clearly haven't figured out how to do the right thing yet. Like, I'm only calling out like the big names because it's easy to call them out and it's easy to say like them and their platforms, but also at the same time, if they can figure out their stuff, then it'll set an example for smaller CEOs, smaller companies, smaller social media apps, whatever you want to call them, like Twitch, you know what I mean, to follow suit, to go ahead and be like, oh yeah, we can go ahead and do this whole thing. Because it's amazing. It's amazing how much I have how much I have like whatchamacallit, like online security, you know what I mean? Like how much antivirus, like, you know what I mean? Throwing the whole thing. Like it's amazing how I could have all that and then still just be getting constantly hit. Not with things that you can see on stream, you know what I mean? But when I'm off stream, like it's just a constant struggle. It's almost as if it's the creators of the apps themselves that just hack the computers and mess them up. It's really difficult to tell, you know what I mean? Because you get these things to help you, just to help you make your life convenient, you know what I mean? But then all of a sudden, things are less convenient, you know? It's like you paid all this money, but you still have problems. And even though the problems aren't the same as the problems that you had before you spent the money to get the cyber security, whatever you call it, you know what I mean? It's like, oh. So it's amazing. You know, it's like that Avengers movie. What was it, Avengers 1? Where Thor was like, it alerted all the worlds that Earth is ready for a higher form of war, or whatever he said. He said something like that because the Tesseract was on the planet Earth. It was, you know what I mean? Like, you getting cybersecurity, anybody getting cybersecurity is like you having a Tesseract, and then you're just alerting everyone else. Oh, like, oh, they got a Tesseract. Now we're gonna have to hit them even harder with more stuff and make things even more convenient, so that way life is still just as inconvenient as it was before. You know what I mean? When it was like, nah, I got the stuff to make things more convenient. I'm still just as inconvenienced as I was before I got this stuff. It's just like it moved. You know what I mean? Y'all ever saw that one meme that's like on X or something like that, where it's like a cat and mouse game, and then they're just constantly like going through this design, and you move a piece and then the piece follows it, you know what I mean? That's all it is, you know. There's like this equal parts stressor system. You know. So yeah, I love how people can sit there and still think that hiding behind the internet is like you have anonymity. It's like, you don't. You don't. just, I'm looking forward to the day when it's like IP addresses can just be identified like that, especially since they created the whole like VPN thing of like hiding your IP address, and it was like, why does anybody even need that? And it was like, oh yeah, because you know, you don't want someone else to get your IP address through something. But here's the thing about obtaining someone's IP address is that you need to have an IP address in order to obtain somebody else's IP address. And that's what I mean, is like to get those IP addresses of the people that's out there like taking other people's, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's always looking for the next best thing, and it's like you don't even have like the best thing now. You just have something that's like okay and cool, but it's not okay and cool because it's equally as inconvenient as it was before it existed. Just for people, you know what I mean? Like, you made social media for people to be closer together and all that, and that's cool. But also the bullies got in. So what you gonna do about the bullies? And I'm using bullies as an easy term. Criminals. You know what I mean? All that good stuff. Like, what are you doing about them? You waiting for every now and then a case? The case is good enough for your attention, so you handle one case? Like, nah. Like, it's the internet. It's the World Wide Web. I was on here. I still haven't stopped thinking about that ever since I did that one stream, however long ago it was, when I looked up when the term World Wide Web was coined. It was coined in 1984, something like that. Something crazy, like way before I thought it was. I thought it would have been like 1994, but it was like coined in the 80s. Really wild. I was like, dang, they had internet back then? Like, I know they had computers in the 60s, but I was like, they had the internet in the 80s? Like, that's wild. Like, either way, like, it's still wild to me that they coined the term World Wide Web, which was something that was already like, hey, this is gonna creep beyond borders. And you know what I mean? It's kind of like when you're on a boat and you're 2 miles out, all of a sudden you're in international waters. So there's like, people say there's no laws. Maybe there is no laws, I don't know. Or maybe you just entered into international law territory. And maybe there's a whole different set of things that go on with that. I don't know. I gotta ask Chun-Li about that one. But same thing, like, they coined the term World Wide Web in '84. Here we are in 2025, so that's a solid, what, 40 years? Something like that? And in 40 years, like, you still haven't gotten the World Wide Web to be a good thing yet. Because the World Wide Web is still just as inconvenient for people in 2025 because of the ability for people to go ahead and cross borders, commit crimes, be over here and then commit a crime over there and then be like, oh, well, you can't do nothing about that. You know what I mean? Something crazy. I don't know if I ever talked about this one on stream before, but I once had somebody, let's just say I once had somebody like commit a crime against me, right? And so naturally, you know, you call the police, you're like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, someone committed a crime against me. And I'm like, well, you know what I mean? We'll send a unit, report, whatever. And then it's like, okay, cool. You get the report, and then it's like, oh yeah, we can't do nothing about that. And it's like, why? It's like, oh, because this person doesn't live within this city. You said that they live way over here. I'm like, they do. They're like, yeah, you can't file this crime that happened here because the person who committed the crime lives over there. And I was like, wait, but what? You know what I mean? Like, that don't make no sense. So they're like, yeah, you can't file this with us. You need to go to that person's city and go to their police station and then file the crime with them. We can't help you. It's like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just a victim here. And then, so I go to that police station, and then I'm like, yo, I gotta do this. Like, this is what this what y'all told me. Like police, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm here. I'm doing the right thing. And they're like, wait. So you're saying that this person who lives in this city? I'm like, They're like, they did this, but they did this at your residence, which is over here. And I'm like, yes. And they're like, oh no, we can't help you. We can't do nothing for you because although the person lives here, the crime happened over there. You don't file this with us. You got to go talk to your police about the crime that happened over there with them. We can't help you with that. We can't do anything for you. So then it's just like up in the air again of like, oh, but I already talked to them and they said talk to you. And they're like, well, we don't have anything to do with that. And I'm like, oh, that's the police. And then I remember, I know that makes it sound like I'm talking poorly about the police. And if you ever want to sound like you're talking poorly about the police, someone might step up and be like, they're just civil servants. They're just doing their job. And I'm like, yeah, but they're also people that took oaths to, you know what I mean, be more than just like a civilian. So they need to be more than just like a civilian. And they need to like kind of like step up when it's time to step up. And in cases like that, they didn't, you know what I mean? Like, that's a personal experience of mine. So couldn't do anything about it because they didn't want to do anything about it. So just like they didn't want to do anything about it despite, you know, civil servitude or oaths or whatever you want to, you know what I mean? You want to throw a dog a bone, throw a dog a bone. But same thing with the internet. The internet still ain't right. You know what I mean? And it hasn't been for 40 years, and there have been 40 years for all these billionaires and all these genius people to do something and make it right, make it better, make it cool. You know what I mean? Where it's easy for be like, yo, this ain't right, and they're like, yeah, you're right, that ain't right. We're gonna go ahead and handle that. You know what I mean? So it's amazing to me that still in 2025 you could still find like ads about, especially when something happens like big news, like big news happens, and then all of a sudden everybody cares about like bullying and where do things start and where do things go, and could this have been prevented and all that. And it's like, yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? Had people gotten it right from the beginning, you know, things wouldn't happen down the line. But things are happening down the line, like in 2025, that are things that like should have been like figured out a long time ago. Like I said, 40 years, that's, you know, that's nearly 3 generations worth of people. You know what I mean? On average. So you're telling me you created something, you know, smart people in the 80s who may or may not still be alive today. Like you're telling me that you created something and after 40 years you still ain't get it right? Because if what you're saying is you created something that's good for people, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a lot of people that would disagree with you. So yeah. Anybody else think it's funny? Go back and watch my last stream so you can see what I'm talking about. Go back to my last stream and see. Look at the person who like kind of popped up out of nowhere and was just like oh, you fine, you work out, like they don't know that I do workout videos, you know what I mean? Ooh, why did you stop? I'm not a reporter trying to figure out why you stopped like working out, because I didn't know that you was already working out from before, like, you know what I mean? Just like creepers creeping on my stuff. Why you stop working out? I swear I didn't know this before, you know? It's like, why are you jumping on my art stream to talk about my workout streams when I don't even know you? Yo, shout out to fake friends, yo. You know what I mean? Don't let your fake friend be a cop. Don't let your fake friend like be somebody who swears that they meant well. Don't let your fake friends be them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's funny to me. It's funny to me. Oh, look at that. See, so there's like weird things on the internet like this. So this will be something that something I've been living with. Like when it comes to like fake friends, fake accounts, you know what I mean, all this online, internet, social media life, all that other stuff. Like this is why it's so easy for me to not care about it, you know what I mean? Like this is what I mean about weird stuff. So check this out. Like here's my whatchamacallit, X page. You see how it says following 3 and that I have 4 followers? Now it just sits there like that. I went and I just like kinda, you know what I mean, X-nayed. I just kinda got rid of everything. You know, got rid of all the following, all the followers, everything like that, where I was just like, you know what I mean? Because there was just like too much online stuff going on, and I was just like, you know what? Let me just like wipe the map. You know what I mean? So check this out. So you saw that, right? It said 3, 4. You know what I mean? Now, when I jump in, it said I was following 3 people. Look under my following. Who am I following? Like I literally went in to just wipe the algorithm, wipe everything. It was a fun experiment. Like I was like, yo, I'll just wipe it, and then I'll immediately just go back in and start like picking up on like who I want to, why, how I want to follow. You know what I mean? And then just like kind of reset, since my account is, I joined in 2010. You know what I mean? 2010, where back then we kind of just like hit forward on anything and everything. As soon as you like something, it was just like, you know what I mean, like that whole thing. You do that for 10 years, you end up with a wild mess, right? So I was just like, let me, you know what I mean, it was like spring cleaning, but for my algorithm. And then that's when I discovered this. That's why I kind of just like maintained this, because I'm like, oh, that's funny to me. That's funny to me that it says, even though I got rid of everyone that I'm following, it says I'm following 3 people, but there's nothing to see here. As far as like, well, I guess it does say yet. Thank you for that much, I guess, Elon Musk, you know what I mean? It's like, what's up with that? Like, who am I following? Who are these accounts that are so majestic, regal? You know, who are these like unicorn accounts of like, I'm following them, but I don't know who they are. Like who am I following that is like nothing to see here? You know what I mean? I don't even know how many people I was following at any time, but it had to be like a couple hundred at least, right? So after I just like kind of wiped the map of who I'm following, I'm like, alright, let me, you know what I'm saying? So I couldn't go back in and start following people again, because I'm just like, what is this? I even hit up Elon. I hit up Elon Musk directly. I hit up X directly and Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like at, you know what I mean? At Buddy when he's over there making crazy posts with Trump and them, like earlier this year. And I was just like, yo, like, what's up with this, dog? You know what I mean? Like holler at me. Like, fix that real quick. Like, if I'm not following nobody, it should say 0. That way I can feel good about everything that's happening here. And I'm kind of just like, you know what I mean? I'm wondering, because I never heard anybody talk about this before. So it's just like, okay, you know what I mean? But also, it says, well, I'm going to hide this one just because I actually know this dude. This is like my tattoo artist, so I don't want to put him out there. Not that I wouldn't want to promote him, I just don't know if he would want me to put him on the channel. But it said, well, let's just go back. It says that I'm following following 3 when I'm following 0, and then it says I have 4 followers, right? Because I went back and like I said, I just cleared out. I just cleared out house. I was just like, alright, you know what I mean? If people really care, they'll refollow. You know what I mean? And it was funny because when I got rid of all the followers, it was like mad people that I met over time, but also it was just like mad random people. It's like really crazy. I was like, who are all these people that I don't know? And then so I wiped the map. It says I have 4 followers, right? Now, I'm going to cover up, oh, nope, I'm not going to click on it. Let me see, hopefully that covers it. I'm going to cover up my, my tattoo artist, right? You can see I'm not even following him. You know what I mean? I follow him elsewhere and stuff like that. But, you know what I mean? Out of respect to the man, I keep him on my X page. I didn't have the nerve to do it. We you know what I'm saying? We got unfinished business, man. I gotta get that ink. But, and then Krispy Kreme I kept just because it was hilarious to me. It was hilarious to me. It was like one of the funniest jokes in my life. To be like, why is Krispy Kreme, like, how did Krispy Kreme, like, who at Krispy Kreme was like, yo, this dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, who, what, why, how? Like, I felt like I should have known about that when it happened. Like, when did they start? Like I know nothing. I know nothing. So I kept Krispy Kreme just because, you know what I mean? Shout out to y'all. Insert Chris Rock joke, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'll ever have to say about Krispy Kreme. And you know what I mean? Krispy Kreme, sponsor me. Send me all the donuts, send me all the money. You know what I mean? I'll draw some donut designs for you seasonally, whatever you want. You know what I mean? We'll call them the G Classics or something like that. You know what I mean? We'll call them Just Glaze. Like we'll call them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Dipped in glue. Like we'll do something. We'll do something. Like workshop. But yeah, send me all the donuts also. And but so yeah, I kept them. But still, you can see there's only 2 accounts. 2 accounts. So how do I have 4 followers when I got 0? And how am I following 3 when I'm really only following 2? Or wait, no, other way around. How do I got 3? How am I following 3 people when I'm following 0? And how do I got 4 followers? Who are these unicorns following me? Who are these majestic accounts? Who are these accounts that are like so regal that I can't even know about them? You know what I mean? That like and here I am. I be wilding on X. You gotta follow me on X. You know what I'm saying? I be wilding on it. So it's like, who are these unicorns? Who are these magical accounts? Who are these? You know what I mean? Oh wait, that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I mean. It was like I had so much weird stuff happening online. If you haven't noticed in the past some years. That I was just like, you know what, let me scorch earth my algorithm. I would invite everybody to go ahead and do that as well. You know what I mean? If you're interested in finding out, just unfollow everyone, get rid of all your followers. I found out so many things I didn't even know. You know what I mean? Like, people were throwing me into groups. I never got notified. I never knew anything about it. I didn't know that I was thrown into a group. Like, no notification. I was on so many people's like OnlyFans stuff, and I was just like, like their ex account OnlyFans groups. I don't even know how they do that. You know what I mean? Like I was like, how am I in there? Why am I in there? And why'd you find my account? Why'd you put me in here? Like, I don't want nothing to do with all this weirdo. You know what I mean? Like low budget OnlyFans account. Like sharing Underworld X account. culture, like what's happening here? You know what I mean? Which is a shame because it was funny. My workout posts, my OnlyFans posts, and when I was still doing the lives like 6 days a week, they were the ones that were getting the most traction. But like I said, it was like weirdos, and I was just like, I never agreed to any of this. Like who are you? You know what I mean? Like I feel like you owe me a conversation. As a matter of fact, you owe me a conversation. And until then, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And it's so weird. So I'll still post something to this day with 2 followers. And I'm not that close with my tattoo artist, so it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, did you see my, like, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he don't speak English. Like, I'm sure he does a little bit, but not enough to be like text buddies. You know what I mean? So it's like I got 2 followers, but then I'll post, and my post will still get like a handful of interactions. I'm like, how many interactions is happening on my post when I ain't even got no? Like, who's seeing my posts? Like, try following me. Try following me on X. Like, I gotta approve you. Which is another weird thing that happened when I did that, when I scorched earth on my Twitter account, X account, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying. When I scorched earth it, I did one of my OnlyFans posts, and then I saw that it got like, you know, a handful of whatever. That's when I discovered I was in all these groups, and I was like, I ain't agree to none of this. Like, get me out of these groups. So I had to like block and block and block and block and block and block. Like I was like, how do you get out of groups? And I'm like, you gotta block them. I'm like, block. I'm like, I couldn't find the block button fast enough. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, how long have I been in these groups? You know what I'm saying? Like, when did they put me in? Like yo, like Krispy Kreme, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all messing up my Krispy Kreme deal. Like Krispy Kreme's like, I don't know about OnlyFans, bro. I'm like, it ain't even like that, Krispy Kreme. I'm safe for work. Like we good. Like, now send me a baker's dozen, pretty please, with sugar on top. Like, yo. G Mr. Drew Just Glaze Krispy Kreme collab. Just Glaze? And be like, yo, what kind of donuts are we doing? Just I don't even gotta say it. You know what I mean? But I'm serious. Like I see. I used to work at a bakery restaurant. Let's call it that. And I knew a person that baked cakes there. We called him the cake baker person or something like that. And I saw how like artistic people can get with like foods and crafts and cakes, and you know what I mean. Like, it was interesting to like kind of see that stuff. So I know like people be getting like crafty with the cakes. And I'm here for it. I like seeing it. I like to see all the technology, the rice sugar paper print. You know what I mean? They got sugar paper that you could print images on. That you can make you can make cakes look like things. I mean, what? There's that show Cake Boss or something like that. I ain't never watched it, but I'm pretty sure that's probably what they do on that show. They probably just like make like crazy cake. For real though, you know what I'm saying? Like they like. But I'm with it. Like Krispy Kreme. Like, throw me all the donuts. I'll send you a seasonal design pack. You know what I'm saying? You know how I do it. Y'all saw y'all saw me on that one stream. If you haven't, go back and watch it if it's still available. My one stream where I sat there and drew the same thing over and over, but then I started making I started freaking it a little bit. Where'd it go? Here it is. Let's see, we got it in, get it in the shot. So yeah, like when I made all sorts of different of the same soup. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I'll send you like a dozen pack of those seasonally, every season. So what is that? You know what I mean? Make them nice and pretty for you. Called the Krispy Kreme G Mr. Drew collab. Just Glaze? Like, probably can't call it Just Glaze, but we'll call it something. You know what I mean? Well, I need to stop. Like we can make like pigs in a blanket. You know what I mean? I'm not even gonna finish that one. You know what I mean? You know, you think that sounds disgusting, but one of the best sandwiches, one of the best sandwiches I ever had. I'm not going to talk about it too much, just because I don't want to give away one of my favorite places. Their business is doing well on their own already. They're opening up locations, so you know what I mean. It's a breakfast sandwich, but it's sandwiched between two glazed donuts. You know what I mean? So something like a pig in a blanket with a G Mr. Drew Krispy Kreme collab called Just Glaze, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really isn't outside of the ballpark of like a successful endeavor. Yeah, we're just workshopping here. You know what I mean? I'll even do the box art. I'll even do the box art for you. I got, you know what I mean? I got my past experience with packaging. You know what I mean? I got past experience with 3D items. You see me when I do concept art, how I'll take a pose and turn it around. Like, you know what I mean? I do full turnaround. Like, you want box art to go with the Just Glaze? every season. You know what I mean? I can do that too. You know what I mean? Krispy Kreme, I don't know when you started following me, but how dare you follow me for so long and not even jump in my DMs. Not even jump in my DMs. Here I am posting and promoting my stuff all the time. You ain't joined the Patreon. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's funny, for a while I had a Joe Rogan account following me for the longest time. I ignored it because I was just like, alright, like I'll wait for them to like reach out to me or something. Which they never did. What's up with these big timers out here? Just vicariously watching. You know what I mean? You know, it's all love and respect, but at the same time, yo, it's hard out here for a pimp. You know how many Just Glaze collabs we could have did by now? You know, it was funny, I hit up my parents after that Joe Rogan account was following me for years. I was just like, I just screenshotted it to my parents and be like, yo, this is my, let me watch my mom. I was like, yo, I was like, man, it's just sitting here for like 2 years now. Once I called him out a couple of times, he stopped following me. Kudos to you. You know what I mean? It's like I say about sitting on the fence and never doing anything that's gonna be good enough for you. You know? Can't help nobody that don't want to be helped. But it was nice to let my parents know. Like, yo, you remember that guy we used to watch on TV back in the... That was the crazy part. I was like, now he's watching me on TV. For no reason. See what I mean about how like online culture is like a little bit different? It's like the same, but it's a little bit different. Could you imagine? I was just living my life and then like Joe Rogan be hiding behind like walls and corners and stuff just to keep an eye on me. You know what I mean? Like if Joe Rogan was outside my window, like, what's he doing in there? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like you see what internet culture has like created. Where like sure I'm live streaming, sure I'm broadcasting, but at the same time it's like, yo, you gotta poop emoji or get off the fence emoji, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I respected that his account stopped following me after I called him out on it a couple times. I just get tired sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like with Jim Lee, I've been talking about get me that DC job. Like I just get kind of tired. I'm like, yo, I'm tired of asking. You know what I mean? Like, you know how many comic book covers I could have did for you by this point? You know how many comic covers I could have did, and then you could have made a decision, like for me to work on a project, like a quick one, real quick, you know what I mean? Test the waters. Ask me if I had fun with it. Look, I know you seen my Joker cosplay. I know you seen my Joker cosplay. There we go. Hey. What you doing to me, son? That's a question I should probably ask. Like Twitch support, I suppose. Like, did Twitch change recently where I used to post, whenever I posted to go live, it used to like drop the link, like, you know, if you stream on Twitch, you know what I'm talking about. When you go to post, it'll give you like a, like with the link, it'll give you some verbiage as to like, hey, I'm going live, come check me out, you know what I mean? Like it came with that when you posted with the link. Like my account, when I used to post, used to say like, hey, I'm going live, like come check it out, check me out, you know what I'm saying? How come like in recent months, like this year basically, so that's why I'm asking, like did Twitch change, did something change? This year, every time I go to post now, it posts like G Mr. Drew is live, go check him out, you know what I mean? Like I'm like I'm some 80s wrestler manager that's like pumping out somebody else's, you know what I mean, somebody else's business. Like how come when I post my own stuff, it makes it seem like I'm not me, like it's not saying like I'm live, it's saying he's live, you know what I mean? Like is that a new thing? Did they change that? Did they get rid of that like I'm live part, or like what's up with that? Because I remember it was really weird. It used to always be like I'm live, I'm live, I'm live. You know what I mean? I'm posting on my account, this is me, I'm live. And then it like kind of changed a little bit where it was like kind of on again, off again. I noticed it and I was just like, maybe I'm just hitting a different link, maybe I'm sharing it differently, maybe I'm just hitting a different button so the term is coming up quick. So that's what I used to tell myself. And then where it would say, instead of I'm live, it would say he's live, he's live, he's live, even though I'm posting about my own account. So it's like, what happened? Did like the whole company, like, I don't know any other streamers, so I don't get to ask any other streamers, so I'm just putting it out there. Like, respond in the VOD, you know what I mean? Go on YouTube. And then, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Say it with your chest. And, like, so did Twitch change that? So that way you get the link, but it says, like, he's live, he's live, he's live. Check him out. You know what I mean? Like, cause that was like a jarring switch, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, why isn't it not like kind of like acknowledging that it's my account while all this weird stuff is happening online? You know what I mean? Really strange. I should probably hit up Twitch support on X to ask them about that. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, since the chatters that come in here are so, what's the word? Interrogative? Interrogative, is that a word? Is that how you enunciate that word? Interrogative? Since all the chatters that come into my stream are also interrogative. It sounds like it's a word. I wanted to kind of jump in. I've been running an experiment just for myself. I've been jumping into other people's live streams kind of randomly. Just anybody's, really. Because I know with the accounts that I used to follow, how their chats kind of operated. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like how I always gauged how chats work on Twitch. As far as like the nature of people commenting on someone's post. Now I understand everyone's community is going to be a little bit different, but it's always so interesting how mine seems to, regardless, in recent years, just regardless of anything, is all just so interrogative, where it's just like strangers and accounts just kind of like asking me questions about things where I'm just like, who are you? You know what I mean? You know, like the person in the last stream, go back and watch my last stream that went in there, even though I'm doing artwork, they felt the need to invite themselves into a dialogue about exercise when I hadn't been talking about exercise. So it was clearly like someone that, you know what I mean, kind of knew that. I already talked about that earlier, but you know what I'm saying. So just like that, it's like, it's so funny to me. So I've been jumping into other people's streams and just being like, yo, are other people? And it's just like, nah, it's just mine. It's just mine. Like I go into this person's stream, that person's stream. They're all different. They stream in different categories. They cover different subject matters. They have different follower counts. They have different live viewers. You know what I mean? So I just ran a little something. And yeah, it was extremely interesting. To me. To see like, yeah, this is how I know chatters and chat to work. Is like that, regardless of whether or not everything is going all good, you know what I mean? Because obviously the bullies are online, you got the trolls, you know what I mean? People say the word trolls like, you know what I mean, like they're throwing out tissues, like it don't mean nothing no more. Like, got all that going on, like, across the board, but it still has a less interrogative interaction than my streams do, which is really weird, you know what I mean? I'm just like, so what? Just people either, it's like I said about, like, the ones on my workout streams, where it'd be people kind of jumping in but not really there for the workout, so it was kind of weird, you know what I mean? They weren't being like negative or anything, but it was just like, what you here for? Like, even ones that like came back and watched often enough, it was like, what you here for? You know what I mean? But as long as they were being cool, it was like, alright, whatever. You know what I mean? It's the internet, like, you never know who's what. And then, oh, hey, gotta hit another video. Okay. I was about to say, don't freeze up on me. Just like that. Yo, Ron Burgundy. Shout out to Ron Burgundy. see if this works. Oh no. Hey, come on. Just work for me. Work. Work. So I do the, oh, I need that. There we go. Oh dang, that's almost on the money right there. Yo. I'm too good at this. I'm too good at this. The math skills, the numbers are numbering. Alright. Alright. I don't know, he must have ADHD because he was in the middle of talking to something, then he walked away to do something else. But yo, people are so whack. He didn't finish his statement. He must have ADHD. Like, what's become of people when everybody just, like, wants to diagnose? Like, what's that about? You know? Talking about creeping up on other streamers' streams just to kind of see how the chat behaves. And seeing, like, no, their chat behaves normally with all the pros and cons that come with a normal chat, unlike my chat, which tends to be solely interrogative for whatever reason. You know what I mean? A bunch of people who don't know how to say it with their chest. I was watching somebody else's stream, and then they started, they said something. It sounded so dumb. They said, people who eat the same thing every day, or they have ADHD. It's part of one of the symptoms of having ADHD is eating the same thing every day. And it's like, word? Like, I was sitting there trying to make sense of it in my head. Like anytime somebody says something, you know what I mean? I'm just like, yo, is that big brain or nah? You know what I mean? And I'd be like, nah, I'm not rocking with that one. Like, wouldn't it make more sense if you ate like different stuff every single day that you had ADHD? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that whole thing to be like because you all over the place? You're all over the place with your diet. Your diet is ADHD. You see what I'm saying? I'm eating donuts for dinner. I'm eating caribou for breakfast. I'm eating, you know what I mean? I'm eating tamales for lunch. I mean, like, yo, your diet is ADHD. That's why you're unhealthy. That's why you know what I mean? You're likely gross. You likely don't smell well. You know, as somebody who tends to eat almost the same thing daily. Now, I don't eat the same thing daily, but I tend to eat very similar foods, and I do it for a reason. You know what I mean? Budget is one of them. You know what I mean? Like, if people can only afford a certain thing, then people are only going to eat certain foods that they can afford. Like, you don't think if I could afford to eat, just go to any restaurant at any given time, at the drop of a hat, the second that my stomach growls, I could just run to the you know what I mean, the little Stop and Shop, the little corner store. You think I can't just run and go grab, you know what I mean, just whatever I want whenever I want, that I wouldn't just do that? You know what I mean? You don't think that if I could afford to just be like, yo, I had burgers yesterday, so I don't want to have burgers today. Well, what do you want to have today? I don't know. I guess I haven't had sushi in a while. Let's have sushi. So then you're eating burgers one day, you're eating sushi the next day. Like, you know what I mean? Like affordability is going to affect someone's diet. And if you could only afford certain things, then your diet tends to stick to what you can afford. And then it's only within those ingredients of what is affordable to you that you can create only so many foods. Like, yeah, you can create a bunch of different foods. You know, let's say you can make a dozen different foods with the ingredients that that are affordable to you. But you can have a dozen different foods. You know what I mean? But say you only kind of just want 2 or 3 of those out of that dozen. So you're gonna stick to eating those 2 or 3. You know what I mean? Especially if it's like about affordability and then you gotta cook your own meals. You know what I mean? Like, people just throw things out there and it just sounds ridiculous to me. Like, oh, if you eat the same thing every day, you got 88. Like, what? You mean I'm not just broke? like, but like, yo, it's funny to me that people can say just ridiculous things and just put that out there. And then, you know what I mean? Like, their audience will eat that up probably. The audience will probably be like, you know what I mean? Audience will probably like look at somebody who can only afford certain things, so they're eating something often enough that they're willing to say that they eat it every day, whether or not they actually do, and then they'll just like start accusing. You know what I mean? You gotta be careful with how like when did everybody become a doctor? Because you're not. You know what I mean? Even I'm not a doctor. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about like I'm a doctor about things. I could talk about like what I do, my experience with them, why I feel the way I do. Like, I could do all that. It's the Andrew Gloszewski experience. gmrdrew.art. You know what I'm saying? gmrdrew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe. If the link ain't on my website, it's a fake account. Watch out. You know what I mean? If someone says my name, call the FBI. You got it. Yo, like, what if somebody eats the same thing every day just because they like it? Like, another reason why I eat something that's very similar, you know what I mean, as a constant diet, is digestibility. When you're eating, you know what I mean, when your food is everything, everywhere, all the time, and I'm just like, I didn't even know what I ate the other day because I just eat anything and everything, and I'm not even considering what it is that I'm putting in, you know what I mean, and eating, and you know, it doesn't matter to me. I can just like do what like when your diet is ADHD, like, what do you think your body is doing? Your body is taking in food. It has to like break it down. You got like these millions, supposedly you have like these millions and millions and millions of like living organisms within you. Like, you're just like a single human being, you're a living thing, but then within you got like living things on the surface of your skin. You got living things underneath the surface of your skin. You got living things inside, you know what I mean? Like your stomach, and that's how like your stomach breaks things down. Did you know that like the digestion portion starts in the mouth? Like, your mouth isn't just teeth and gums and a tongue and a uvula, you know what I mean? That's what it's called, Cardi B. It's called a uvula, you know what I mean? But I still like how you said what you said, you know what I'm saying? But it's called a uvula. You know what I mean? Like, the digestion portion starts in there. That's because you have living beings just within your mouth alone that begin to digest things. So what do you think, how much harder do you think you're making those things work when you're giving them, you know, rando every single day? Rando every single day. Where those things, those living organisms within you, don't know what they're gonna get next. You know what I mean? When those things are like, yo, we're still trying to process the beef from yesterday. Like, you know, the digestion process, more or less, supposedly, I'm not a doctor, go look it up yourself, takes about 24 hours. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you're eating an average of 3 meals a day, if you are, and then you're eating randomly every single day, and it takes 24 hours for anything to digest, and you're putting more stuff in before that 24-hour process is done, like, those things are all working. We working. That's a song, go check it out. And then, how much harder do you think they're working when they're given rando every single day? When one day you're Walmart, the next day you're a steakhouse, the next day you're the sushi shop, the next day you're coffee and caffeine, the next day you're, you know what I mean, you're hot dogs, next day you're the food truck, next day you're you know what I mean, you're that one shop that you never been to before, the next day you just hit up 7-Eleven, the next day you hit up a fast food joint, the next day you hit up, you know what I mean, another fast food joint, but it was a different one, you know what I mean, one of them was burgers, the other one was chicken, something like that. The next day, you know what I mean, like, you're rando, you're ADHD with your diet, because you're changing it up. You're not eating the same thing every single day. Like, how much harder do you think all those living organisms within your body that need to like actually take that stuff in and process it and do its thing to take care of you, how much harder you're making them work You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that like I know this, but like when cavemen were cavemen, like the diets must have been extremely different. I'm sure they ate different things often enough, but I'm sure their diets were more or less the same. You know, typical to their region, typical to the land that they farmed and cultivated, and livestock and herd and food types, whether they had water or not to eat fish, whether they had red meat or white meat. You know what I mean? Didn't even get religion involved as far as like what religions let people eat and not eat. So people's diets were more or less the same, and we were able to like prosper from that. And it's like, what do you think like is the benefit to being able to eat the same thing every single day? As long as it's something you love, you're gonna enjoy it. And if you get tired of something that you love, I think that's a you problem. You know what I mean? Me personally, I have foods that I love. I went years where all I did was eat tacos every single day. I didn't eat the same exact taco every single day, but I made my own tortillas, and then I cooked up, you know what I mean? Some sort of, you know, beans and meat sort of type of stuff, cheese, you know, taco ingredient, like it was random, but it was still like kind of tailored towards that same diet every single day, so that way it wasn't too crazy, because I cook at home. So it's like, and then yeah, I guess I suppose I made the tortillas with the same ingredients, but then I didn't. I also like I call it freaking it. I freaked it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I make the tortilla like this, sometimes I make the tortilla like that. When you go shopping, when you cook, you got to do this thing called grocery shopping. And when you get groceries, not everything comes in the same denomination. There's always that joke about hot dogs coming in a pack of 6, and then hot dog buns coming in a pack of 8. You would have to buy, you know what I mean, 4 hot dogs and 4 packs of hot dogs and 3 packs of hot dog buns in order to get a matching number. You know, people ain't shopping like that. So when you do grocery shopping, you end up with a varietous, you know what I mean, amalgam of ingredients to work with. But as long as you're making like something that's similar, not the same exact thing every single day, but something that's similar, then you can freak it, especially when you have more to work with. Like you just went grocery shopping, you just got the groceries, you just filled up the fridge, you just filled up the cabinet, you got all these things. You can make the bomb, but then you go through it, and you go through some things faster than you go through other things. And now where you were making like freak it tortillas, now you're just making like regular tortilla. It's just masa and water. It's just masa and water. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all that as well, where you could say, yeah, I was eating the same thing every day because I was eating tacos, and I did that for years. Now I'm on a different diet, but I'm still eating pretty much the same thing every single day. But it's not the same thing, like constantly. It's like, you know what I mean? It changes what bi-weekly, if I don't even know. But there's a benefit to your digestive system when the intake is something that all those living organisms inside you can recognize. Oh, more beef? Okay. More chicken? Okay. More bread? It's the same bread too? Oh, yo, easy, digest it. We know what to do with this. We got some, you know what I mean, stocked up over there. We're just gonna add to that. Boom, boom, boom. Body digesting. You know what I mean? Doing its thing. It's not like, yo, you know what I mean? We got rice paper and seaweed grass getting mixed in with some greasy beef because you had to go and stop somewhere for lunch. Like, you see what I'm saying? You had to stop at a fast food joint for lunch, and now you eating something nice and fancy with your family for the dinner. You know what I mean? But you're going out to eat every single time, and this one's cutting it with butter, and this one's cutting it with grass-fed butter, and now you got like all these different butters in your system, and it's only been a few hours, and then you're gonna fill it up with more random stuff in the morning. You know what I mean? The next day, before it even finishes digesting all that stuff, and you know what I mean? You're just stressing out the system, and that's why you look like that. So there's a benefit, regardless of what you're eating, to eating something similar. We can call it the same thing every single day. Your body's gonna recognize it, your digestive system's gonna recognize it, your body's gonna know what to do with it, and as long as it's healthy, as long as it's like kind of hitting food groups, like I know everybody got everything to say about the old education system and the old pyramid of food. Like I don't follow that, I don't know that, but you know what I mean, food is grouped, you know what I mean? I hear people are trying to argue, like I remember when you used to find out that tomato was a fruit just because fruits got seeds and then vegetables don't. And you're like, wait, so the tomato got seeds, so it's like an apple? What? Like, no, it's not. Like people used to. I remember when that used to be the crazy thing. Now people are just arguing straight up, like whatever you want to say. Like vegetables aren't even vegetables anymore. Like they're roots. But it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Because people still cook with roots. You know what I mean? Like what are we doing? Did this civilization just call it vegetables and this civilization call them roots, and we just went with the vegetable term instead of the root term? Yeah, I don't know. Like it's weird. It's weird. Like regardless of what you eat, regardless of, you know what I mean, as long as you're kind of diversifying it just enough, just a bit, like I think you can still like eat pretty much the same thing every single day. One of the side effects, the only side effect I ever had from it was just the social aspect of it, because I'm capable of eating tacos every single day just because I love tacos and I love my own cooking, because I learned how to cook exactly to how I want to cook it. I learned the portions. I learned how much is a good amount, how much is not a good amount. I knew how to, like I said, who makes their own tortillas? Not that many people. Like make my own tortillas, so the ratio and everything was figured out. You get it down to a science, and you know what I mean? And then your body will thank you for it. And then you're eating something that you like every single day at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's like there's that. And nowadays, today, like I'm just on hamburger city. I'm just eating hamburgers all day long, homemade, cooked, everything like that. And it's just like, yeah, I know when I say I'm eating hamburgers every day, you must have a picture of like a Whopper in your head, and then you're just like, ugh, like every single day, all day, like that's it. Like it's like you missed it. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could play with the ingredients. You know, they make, for instance, like hamburger patties are mainly made with like ground beef, so to speak, right? Like ground beef, got it? You know what I mean? Make a patty out of it, cook it. But they have ground pork, ground chicken, ground this, ground that, you know what I mean? I hear the veggie burgers, they're like grounding cauliflower and broccoli together or something like that. I don't know. Like, I'm not even mad at it, you know what I mean? Like, I would be interested in knowing just naturally out of a veggie burger. I'm not talking about like that weird science stuff where it's like, oh, the chemicals, like can we cut out the chemicals? Can we just get the raw product, ground it up? You know what I mean? And then like kind of stick them together. Like I know they're not going to stick together naturally, supposedly. Maybe they're a little bit too much water in them or something like that. Where like if you try to like stick them together, they're going to fall apart. But it's like, is there a non-chemical process to kind of do that? That might actually be something I might want to play with. Honestly, just ground up like carrots and cauliflower or something like that, and see how I can stick them together. Like see if they get so wet that because if it whatever. Now I'm just speaking hypothetically to myself. But either way, I'll be jumping in other people's streams and trying to see how they're seeing how their chat behaves. And I'm even looking in their chats to be like, is anybody jumping in there and being like interrogative? Is anyone ever jumping in their streams and talking to them crazy? Like talking about another subject matter that person does? I'll be honest, I've only ever seen it done one time, like ever. I've been on Twitch for I don't know, a few years, something like that. Like, I know I've only been streaming for like 4.5 years now. But I can't even recall if I was on Twitch before I started streaming, or if I just got on Twitch to immediately start streaming. I can't remember. But I've only ever seen it once, where somebody got reckless in somebody else's chat, where they brought up something about that person's personal life, like in front of everybody, when that wasn't even like the thing that was happening. It was like, you know, everything was everything on the stream, and then just one person came in there wild with a comment, and it was like, whoa, it's kind of personal information. And I've only ever seen that once, and I saw the streamer react, and I was like, oh, okay, that was real. I was like, that was real, like that really happened. But that seems to be like, not that anybody's coming at me wild like that, but they're definitely coming at me weird, where, like I keep saying, their interactions, the nature of anyone that jumps into my streams and comments, because they all come in seldom, they only come in one at a time, and they only ever, it'll be an account that I never talked to before, so I'm over here like, yo, let me just chat it up with this stranger, you know what I mean, try to see what they're about. But I'm going to address what they talk about, you know what I mean, because I'm giving them a shot, you know. And then they come in and it's just weird interrogative stuff to like get information out of me, you know what I mean. Like my workout streams are, at this point, they're famous for how much my neighbors here are you know, harassing me when I do my workout streams. So that means that my neighbors are aware of my streams. So when I have accounts that I don't know coming in on an art stream and then being like, why don't you workout stream? Why don't you workout stream? And I'm like, yo, I'm drawing a comic book over here. It's like, you know, the anonymity of it all. It's like, oh, the cowards are hiding. The cowards are hiding. You know what I mean? Where I don't see that in other people's streams. Even when I see like somebody acting up in someone's stream, like it's usually like a typical thing where it's somebody that's almost clearly a bot, or somebody that's clearly coming in with the negative energy. It's not like this coy, interrogative, like I'm trying to be cool even though like they're not really cool, like sort of interaction, you know what I mean? It's like pretty much like people are in the chat and they're in there, and it's, you know, everyone's got their own little chat room culture on their channel, and then there's, you know, someone that's disturbing the peace, you know what I mean, regardless of what that piece looks like. And then all my chat is completely vacant, or, which I'm always joking on about, right? Or like it's someone coming in random being interrogative. And it's like, I'll even jump in other artist streams just to see what happens with them, with different amounts of followers, whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like I did it with just any account that streams anything, but then I also did it with other art streams. I'm not interested in watching any other artists particularly, You know what I mean? Like I used to watch Jim Lee, but Jim Lee don't want to give me the job. So like, what am I watching you for, dog? You know what I mean? Get me the job. And I'll go in there and I'm like, yeah, people are talking about art. If a subject matter comes up, the person starts addressing the subject matter, and then people react to their addressing the subject matter, but they don't bounce randomly. You know what I mean? Like this person, like check my last stream out, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like I was in the middle of an interaction with this person. They were randomly jumping in on my stream, doing artwork, not talking about workout, but then they immediately like took it to the body like that. And I was just like, that's not odd at all. But whatever. I'm gonna see what this stranger is about. You know what I mean? Anonymity. You know what I mean? I'm a coward hiding behind anonymity. So I'm just gonna see what this person's about. And then, like, as I'm going back and forth with them, you know what I mean? I'm over here with my boxing gloves, like buddy. You know what I mean? I'm over here looking pretty like other buddy. Like, yo, I'm over here like, you know what I mean? Just conversating like, yo, you came in here, you know what I mean? Not mad foul, but you came in here sus. You know what I mean? And it's like, they just bounce. They don't say like, that's interesting. They don't say, oh, too much, like no commentary. They just like bounced. And I was just like, you know what I mean? So you jump in, you get interrogative about my streaming schedule. To what? Find out about my workout streams that have been highly harassed in recent months. And people think that that's just random. I'm supposed to just sit here and be like, oh, it's just random. Healthy Twitch it's like, nah. Yo, 1984, the World Wide Web. These people knew they were going beyond borders, beyond the control of law, and after 40 years, they still haven't figured it out. Meanwhile, they're all looking for the next best thing. It's like, yo, the next best thing is gonna be somebody figuring it out. And if you want to continue to be the billionaire, you're gonna want to be that person. Or else somebody else is gonna come in, figure it out for you, and make all of the money themselves. Like even billionaires don't impress me, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you're just someone of your trade, so it just becomes about like how good are you at your trade? You know what I mean? It's like those restaurants that have the chefs with the different color hats, and you can identify what kind of chef is what kind of chef according to the hat color that they're wearing. Like which one are you? You know what I mean? Regardless of who you are and what your trade is, are you the bummy one? You know what I mean? Yo, shout out to the fake friends, yo. Don't let your fake friend be a cop. Yo. Don't let your other fake friend be the friend of the cop that swears that they're just, you know, that they just meant well. They didn't. You know, another thing that I see online, that another bit of culture that's changed due to the online thing, and it changed for the worse, was journalism and integrity and all that other stuff, like integrity within journalism. There used to be a thing. There's a thing about pre-internet journalism, and then there's like post-internet journalism. And then there's like the change that came into journalism when there was still like integrity, even though it was online. And what it's become today is like, it's just not it. You know what I mean? Like, what it's become today is like anybody could just wake up and say that they're a journalist, or anybody could just be anybody who's not a journalist, but then can use the journalism excuse as to why they did anything that they did as a citizen, as a civilian. So you're wearing civilian clothing, doing your civilian thing, probably committing a crime, and then you can just like say like, oh no, I'm a journalist, when you're not, because there's no integrity in the journalism anymore. So then people just allow people to get away with things just because they say that they're a journalist when they're not. You know, I think people, you know what I mean, people who claim to be journalists that really aren't even people that scribble in a journal. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even have a journal. Like, they have zero credentials. They don't even write in their own journal. They don't have a diary. They don't do anything. They probably never written anything in their life, and then they got caught doing something, and they're like, no, I'm a journalist, I swear. And then with zero integrity in the industry, like, I keep on keeping on. Right? Am I right? Stop me when I'm wrong. Oh, that's right. Nobody's here to comment. Comment, chat. I'm a journalist. So, like, internet also killed journalism. Now, it didn't kill it completely. I'm not saying there aren't any journalists and that journalism doesn't exist anymore. I'm just saying the integrity there's no integrity in it anymore. And if I was a journalist, I would be livid. I would be livid. If I was a journalist, like an actual one, you know, credentials and you know what I'm saying, like if I was one of them, if I didn't sit there and drew pictures, but I like reported on things, I would be livid. See, like, I come on here and casually talk about how I ain't impressed with some artists. I'm impressed with some artists. I think some artists are, you know what I mean? I really enjoy art just because of the subjective nature of it. So there's always like that gray area, you know what I mean? That woo-woo magic. When you're just like, you could really pinpoint when something is just a fad, or something had a lot of money behind it, or someone's genuinely an artist. You know what I mean? Maybe a little bit of both, maybe all three. But, you know, artistry is a whole lot different than journalism. Journalism used to be this thing that had integrity, meaning there was, you are a journalist or you are not a journalist. And whatever you reported on, that was legitimate or it was illegitimate. And if it was illegitimate, you weren't a journalist. And what you did was not journalism. And you never hear about those people, do you? But today, anybody can just like kind of report on anything. All these interrogative, random chatters that be jumping up in my screen. Man, you better get out of here. You know, there used to be integrity in journalism, the type of integrity that even like superseded war in some cases, where journalists would be able to go to like the actual battlefields and report on the battlefield. But there was a whole thing that got them there, you know what I mean? It was like a whole thing that got those people there, and then those people were respected to be there, you know what I mean? There was integrity in the business back then at a time, you know what I mean? Like, go back to when they didn't have color cameras and there was like black and white photos and somebody was a reporter. Like, that's a reporter. Like, that person had integrity. They got the favor from the stranger, you know what I mean? Like, nowadays people just be breaking the law and then they're like, nah, I'm a reporter. Like, are you? Yeah, I swear. What was the last thing you reported on? Never. This is my first one, I swear. But I'm legit. Do you have any credentials? I don't need them. Like, what? Like, the internet ruined some things, yo. You know what I mean? 1984. Like even billionaires don't impress me. I outball billionaires and I just be like, yo, how good are you at what you do? You know what I mean? I talked about like, yeah, I talk about a lot of things, right? How about people that like try to like jump at you for something? Like, I could say I'm not impressed with billionaires, and then I bet you there's like a billionaire getting his panties in a bunch if he ever comes across me saying that. He'd be like, well, how much do you know about like NFTs and Coinbase systems, and you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, you mean like conning people? You mean like committing fraud? And you like, what do I know about that? Like, yeah. No, but like, you know, like the app, and then, you know, like bank information and number, like, no one's better with numbers than I am. Like, I'm the best with numbers. You know what I mean? But people can hear about how like unimpressed I am with things. I could talk about how bored I am, and then somebody will get their panties in a bunch and like holler at me on like YouTube or something with their panties in a bunch. You know what I mean? I'm like, unbunch your panties first. You know what I mean? Unbunch your panties before you talk to me. but they'll like holler at me on YouTube, just a random troll commenter talking about like NFTs or you know what I mean, some sort of Bitcoin algorithm, you know what I mean. What do you know about like pyramid schemes? I know plenty. We stay away from them. You know what I mean? Well, what if this, that, and the other, and then they give you like a really specific like thing that's within their industry that you would have had to have like been schooled on in order to know it, but because I'm an artist, you know what I mean, like I clearly I don't, you know what I mean, I don't funk with that, and then like people will throw that stuff at you, and it's just like, bro, you're not even intelligent enough to know that when you know something because you're on the in, and that you're talking to somebody that's on the out, and you don't even have the intelligence to know that that's the kind of conversation that you're having. You just having a conversation with yourself. It's like setting up a chessboard, right? And then you got all the pieces, and then you only put the pieces down for yourself, and then you keep the other pieces for yourself, and then you sit the other person down, like you know what I mean, you just grab somebody walking by, you sit them down on a chair, and then you're like, alright, now let's play. And it's like, well, I can't play because I ain't got no chess pieces. This chessboard that you want to play with me, like that you forced me to play with you because you just snatched me up and sat me down here and said, let's play. Like, there's no pieces. I can't like move a piece. So I don't know, I guess you go first and then they go first, and it's like, alright, I still ain't got no pieces. So we just wanted to have a conversation where you had the deck stacked in your favor. Like, who does that? Tell me about that NFT. Smart guy. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's just no integrity online anymore. Like, social media was supposed to be the thing that brought us together. Oh, it brought us together, all right. It brought us together and it ripped everyone apart. Where even people that you're friends with in real life, you can't even enjoy your real life friends anymore because you don't participate in their online life. And it's like, nah, I like the offline friendship. Nah, you gotta be a part of the online friendship as well, or else you're just not gonna know. And it's like, well, just tell me, we're friends. Let's have a conversation about like whatever you're talking. No, that'd be too much. Like, really? Really? It's something that you can post online about, but it's not something that you can talk about real quick just to catch somebody up. So you wanna play a game, but you got all the pieces. You set up all your pieces, and then you keep all the other pieces, and then you sat me down, and then you said, hey, let's play. You go. And I'm like, wait, I don't have any pieces. I see that you're holding the pieces in your hand. You got the pieces that I need in order to be able to play this game with you. You want to lay them out for me, pretty please? Okay, maybe you can give me the pieces and then I'll lay them out. You know what I mean? That way we can get this game started. And they're like, no, get out of here, you're not worth playing with. And then they grab another person, they sit them down. You play. Wait, I don't have any Like social media. Oh yeah, it brought people together, alright. Definitely inspired people to socialize more. So yeah. It's interesting how I have nothing but harassment from everyone around me in my personal life, and then nothing but anonymity, just being interrogative towards me online. But yeah, people are certainly healthy out there, let me tell you. When you got people who aren't even doctors telling people en masse, eating the same thing every day is a side effect of ADHD. I'm like, when they figured that one out, because like I remember when ADHD didn't exist, and then it did exist, and that wasn't a thing, and it's been around for a hot minute, and now this is what they're saying. All right, so tomorrow when the sky is blue, you got ADHD. Tomorrow when you see a cloud, you got ADHD. Did you see a cloud in the sky? And people are gonna be like, oh no, I didn't see a cloud. I swear I don't have it. like at what point? At what point does all the ridiculousness, Rob Bearduck, at what point does all the ridiculousness stop? Fantasy Factory. Like, I wonder how much these diagnoses just came from people who, like, just saw something that somebody else was doing that they didn't like, and they were just like, well, I don't like that person, so I wanna say something that's gonna make people feel a way about them. So then they see them, like, eating the same thing every day. Not really, but kinda. And they're like, look at them, they're just eating the same thing every day. People that eat the same thing every day, they have ADHD. They have ADHD. Oh no, I gotta look at them a different way now. I gotta look at them funny. I never looked at them funny before, but thank God you said that, because now I can look at them funny when I talk to them. And then they go talk to them and be like, yo, I talked to them and I looked at them funny the whole time. You want to know what happened? What happened? Give me the tea. They were funny looking to me. Are you sure that wasn't the, you sure that wasn't the, man, what's that stuff called? What's that stuff called? When people convince themselves that you know, that magical pill is working, the placebo. You sure that's not the placebo effect kicking in? You don't think like scammers and con artists and you know what I mean, criminals and you know, all the like socialites like that, you don't think that they understand that, you know what I mean, the placebo effect to kick in? to go ahead and start spreading all this misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, confirmation, con information, fraud information, all the prefixes. You know what I mean? Oh dang, is that time? Yo. Give me 2 seconds. Look at that, 2 seconds. What is it? My bad, y'all. I had to go do something. I had to go do something, and then I had to go do something else. You know, took a little bit longer. Took 3 seconds. But yeah, I remember integrity in journalism. You know, integrity in journalism meant that you were like protected going into something. Not that you got yourself into something and then you had to, you know what I mean, use journalism as a way to get yourself out of something, you know? You know what I mean? Journalists used to stand on business to get the piece. You see what I'm saying? See, now people just get anything, and then people be like, how'd you get that? That's illegal. And they be like, no, I swear I'm a journalist. And they be like, oh, okay, I guess it's not illegal no more. Integrity has been thrown out of the window, y'all. And I do mean y'all. My bad. I was just thinking about that meme. I was just thinking about that meme. Yo, where Green Goblin was like, I'm something like a doctor myself. What did he say? I'm something like a scientist myself. Yo, yo, yo. That's the whole world. That's the whole world now. It's the whole world. Thank you, social media. And look at his face. Look at his face when he said it. Yo, Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe, man, he's the greatest. He's one of the greatest, man. He's one of the greatest. I love that guy. I love that guy. Yo, the Green Goblin. Yo, how about the other person? Or no, how about that same person? It might have been the other, I don't know. How about somebody on my last stream? Go watch my last stream. You know, you're watching this one on VOD anyways. And so, like, go back and watch, you know, the other stream and then come back to this one and see what I'm talking about. But somebody on my last stream, same time, was like, oh man, I got stuck watching like 1,000 commercials. So funny. I used to watch streamers and commercials almost never came up. You know what I mean, whether you were watching them or not, or whatever. But it's the funniest thing, man. When my channel got affiliate status and then commercials became a thing, like overnight, everyone's stream started turning into talking about like, oh my god, commercials suck, commercials are the worst, commercials are the this and the that. And it was like, what? Like, where was this before? Where was this before? You know? I welcome the commercials to my channel. One, it's hard out here for a pimp. You know what I mean? Two, I got too many weirdos. Too many odd interactions. You know what I mean? Too many, you know what I mean? People on my socials, not even just my Twitch, just on my socials in general, just there for seemingly nefarious stuff. Like I was saying on my last stream, go watch my last stream. Like I was saying on my last stream about like people going in on my page, the paywall accounts that have paywalls on them. Even though my Patreon is free, go join G-Mr. Drew on Patreon. Just join the free one. You broke, join the free one. There's no reason not to. You don't even need to give them a card, I don't think, to join. You definitely don't need to give them your ID to join Patreon for free. Go, you know what I'm saying? Support your boy. But I get so many weirdos on my paywall accounts. You know what I mean? Whereas like, oh, this is another weirdo, because I like to like engage with the audience, you know, much like that person that was on my last stream. Go watch my last stream. And you know what I mean, I'll engage. It goes with the whole I don't care who you are. You know, it goes with the whole like even billionaires don't impress me. It goes with the whole like, yeah, she bad, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it's like it goes with the whole, like, it goes with everything. But like, I welcome the commercials because I just get too many weirdos on my stream. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be welcoming. I'm engaging with you, and you just a weirdo on my channel. Like, you know, go watch more commercials. You know what I'm saying? You know, I heard people talking about like me with all of my online business. Like, I do all the things. I got the merch, the Patreon, the OnlyFans. You know what I mean? I got the Twitch affiliate. You know, shout out to Twitch. Thank you for that. Like, but then I've also had, like, came across things like people talking about like things that I do, and they're, you know what I mean, people are like, that just sounds like so capitalistic. Sounds like capitalism, capitalisticism. The capoletta. It's all they're like capital this, capital that. You know, it's so and it's like, so what, people just aren't allowed to make money, like, in their business no more? Like, the first thing I want to do is say, like, you paid for that t-shirt, right? Like, you paid for the toothpaste to brush your teeth, hopefully? Like you how about how you got your nails done? Like, someone got paid, right? And then you also got paid in order to have the money to pay somebody also, right? But then this person also goes on to talk about, like, content creators and, you know, people that do things like I do, like merch, Patreon, G-Mr. Drew, and all that stuff. GMrDrew.art. Check out the merch page. I got 4 merch stores. Buy all of the merch. Buy all of it. Buy all of it. You know what I'm saying? Capitalism. You know what I mean? But then it's also like, I was looking at this person, I'm just like, but wait, but you getting paid. You get paid for this and that. You have, like you just look them up for 2 seconds, and you don't even have to look nobody up. Like, if they're an adult, you know what I mean, more or less, there's probably like an income, there's a revenue, there's a this, there's a that, sponsorships, you know what I mean? Like, this person's a content creator themselves that's judging other content creators, which is crazy, you know what I mean, for their business stuff when they do it, and it's just like, that sounds hypocritical, you know what I mean? And it's like, hypocrites is some of the worst things, and it's like, hypocriticism, hypocriticalism, like, you know what I mean? It's just some of the worst, you know. It falls right in line with the commercials and stuff like that. I'm like, but your channel has commercials. Like, you have commercials. Why are you talking about how bad commercials are? Like, enjoy them. And be grateful for the commercials. You know what I mean? Like, look for the out in order to not have commercial. Like, if you have commercials on your channel, that's your source of income, and then you don't have, but you don't want to have commercials, or you're anti-commercial, but you also want to make money. It's like, well, then you need to figure out how to make money elsewhere, and then you know what I mean, to not have those commercials. But the only thing that I have to say to that is like look at all the commercials and look at all the companies that have commercials. You see what I'm saying? Like, commercials aren't going anywhere and people are still watching them. And then they also have commercials on their channel also, so then it's also like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It was just weird. As soon as I hit affiliate status, I was so happy for myself. I talked about it for like, I think I waited even a couple of weeks before I started talking about it. And then once I started talking about it, it was like, I don't know, people that never talked about it before seemed to have a lot of bad things to say about commercials. And I was like, really? I was like, I kind of welcome it. I got a lot of weirdos, especially when I was doing my workout videos. Like, I welcome it. Like, I welcome the commercials during the stuff. Especially since I put those videos up on OnlyFans. You must join OnlyFans, 50% off. I can't make it no cheaper for you. You know what I mean? Get your workout on. You know what I mean? 15, 20 minutes. You got 15, 20 minutes. Go ahead and do it. Like I welcome the commercials, especially for content that I put behind a paywall. You know what I mean? I got so many weirdos. I have to sit here and look at everybody's sus. I got to look at and imagine just like how many, with the amount of weirdos that I have that just, like I was saying in my last stream, go watch my last stream, like people that'll kind of come in, and I engage with the audience, like especially on the paywall stuff when people join, like it really does mean the world to me that people are there, you know, so I'll hit them up, like directly, welcome, hi, hello, you know what I mean, hit me up if you want anything, like I'm working over here, and you know, some people respond, and then some people don't, and it's when people don't respond that I be like, alright, you know what I mean, give them a week goes by, still no response, you just like, you know what I mean, and then they're gone, and it's like, wait, but you signed up for a month, or you signed up for the 3-month deal, you know what I mean, and then you went and got your money back, you know what I mean, and I know the only way they get money back is if they say that you didn't get what you paid for, but at the same time, like, OnlyFans didn't even like come to me about that. Like, OnlyFans didn't even come to me to be like, yo, this person said that they didn't get what they got. And I was like, you see what I'm saying? Well, I've been on both ends of that, where I've had to hit up OnlyFans about other people's accounts that I was just like, yo, this person is on some shady shit over here, like they did something. And then OnlyFans had like a million questions that you know what I mean, a million hoops that you got to jump through in order to protect the creator. So I was like, okay, I kind of respect OnlyFans for that, right? They were protecting the creator, they asked all the questions, they did everything, and I was just like, alright, if in their eyes they didn't do anything bad, there's nothing I can do about that, right? You know what I mean? A little bit different than the police in this city, crime in that city, the person resides in that city, kind of can't do nothing about it sort of situation. A little bit different than that. But so I was just like, oh cool, the creators are protected like that. So I kind of know the hoops that you have to jump through in order to be like, yo, I didn't get what I got from this person, to be able to cancel your account or cancel your membership or get your money back. So you know what I mean? Like I got people that join my paywall account stuff, and then they'll come in, never say anything, no profile picture, no information on their account, no nothing. You know what I mean? If you're lucky, you get to see like a when they join date. So if they just joined like a week earlier, you kind of like really gotta look at them suspect. Unless they joined like years prior, then you could be like, all right, this person's been around. But it's still kind of weird. You know what I mean? If you got no information, no profile picture, no nothing, like not even an avatar, and then you kind of don't interact at all whatsoever, and then you bounce after like a couple of days, and you get your money back. And I know the get your money back process, so I'm like, so how could this person say that they didn't get what they got? Because I always push my business. I stand on it. I stand by everything that I say. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's up with all that weird stuff? So I welcome the commercials when I got like nothing but weirdos, like across the board. Like, watch more commercials, please. Like, I love hitting up. So when that person in my last stream, go watch my last stream, was like, oh, yeah, I just got done watching like 1 million commercials. It's like, that wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary to say that. I mean, you should be happy that I'm making money. And if you're not, it sounds like a you problem. You know what I mean? Seek help. You know, it's funny. It's because of one of those accounts that I have to like constantly say like SFW OnlyFans. Like my OnlyFans is like, it's just workout videos. You know what I mean? So people can like exercise, just because I was running into too many weirdos like on the free sites. So I was like, all right, let me put it behind a little bit of a paywall. I can't make it no more cheaper for y'all. You know what I mean? And then people evaporated. They were gone so quick. The second it was like, wait, I gotta pay a penny for a whole year? Not worth it. But it was like, it was worth it for free though? It was worth it for free, but like 1 penny for the entire year. It's like, what are we doing? Like, you were there every day for free, being a little bit weird, and then I just put up the paywall real quick. Like, yeah, I welcome commercials. Play more commercials. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have my commercial settings set all the way up. You know what I mean? Like, I could play more commercials for you. Make you watch 1,000,002 commercials. So yeah, it's funny to me that people can sit there and like kind of gripe on capitalism, things that just sound so capitalistic and too capitalistic, from people that are doing the same exact things that I'm doing, and then, you know, just hypocrites. Funny to hear a hypocrite talk about like capitalism. And it's like, you come from a 2-income home, right? Like, that's money on money. Like, you know, the term "it's hard out here for a pimp" exists for a reason. And at some point you stopped being a pimp and started being a hypocrite. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. How much people, like, what people choose to complain about. I'm like, but wait, that's what you doing. Oh yeah, that's it for that video. What that means, we gotta edit another video. I think I did all the Premiere stuff, so I think I'm still in. So I think I'm good to stay in After Effects. Yeah, let me do this. That's funny. That's funny to me. Alright. My bad, I just Alright.
You know, so yeah, OnlyFans, how these people get their money back? I'm trying to say they didn't get what they got. You know what I mean? Like, you can go ahead and check my rep, check my promos, see how I've always promoted my OnlyFans. I mean, I never said that I'd ever do anything that's like what people have come to expect from OnlyFans on there. So anybody who joins knowing that that's not what they're gonna get. So in order for those people to get the money back, they would have to make the argument that I would have had to have promoted myself otherwise in order for them to have joined me for whatever reason. Yeah, how'd they get their money back without you contacting me not once? What'd they say? Would they say that they swear that I promoted myself in any sort of way? That wasn't what I was selling there. I mean, safe for work workout videos? I mean, you know, I used to follow this one model. She does a whole bunch of things actually, but she does modeling. And it's funny that she kind of had to feel the need to promote herself in a way where she needed to actually like come out and say like, I don't do that on OnlyFans. She has an OnlyFans account, but she's like, I don't do that. Just like me, I'm like, I don't do that on OnlyFans. Like, I got OnlyFans, but I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm safe for work. I'm not safe for work. You know what I mean? So she's more along the lines of like safe for work, maybe, perhaps. I'm not sure. I wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? But I thought it was interesting that she even came out and had to like kind of put that out there for people. That's like a question that she gets all the time, like, when nobody asks me any of those questions. OnlyFans giving people their money back even without, you know what I mean? I would love for somebody to sit there and say, which has happened. Let's go back to the weirdos that I get on my workout videos. So somebody one day goes on my workout videos, I'm going live, so they're live and they're chatting, and I'm just like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? I'm working out, I'm doing my thing, talking to them, do another set, talking to them, do another set, talk about some things, do another set. And then they're like, yeah, I'm gonna join your OnlyFans. I was like, cool. I didn't think that they would. End up getting another account, faceless, avatarless, nameless account, you know what I mean? Was just created like a couple days earlier or something, like, you know. And then they were in there and then they disappear. You know, they join, I'm like, hey, welcome, da 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 da, you know what I mean? Especially, you know, behind the paywall, you know, I'm definitely gonna be like, you know what I mean? I'm hands-on with mine. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Welcome, da da da. I know if you got any whatever. Same thing I promote. If you see my workout videos, you know how I promote them. And then no response, no nothing. And then I go live again, like some days later, after this person like stopped following. Like, I noticed that they were gone, they got ghosted, and it was like, what? You know. And then that person who was on my live stream saying that they were going to join, but it wasn't their name, it wasn't their account, it wasn't like the same, you know what I'm saying? It was like their Twitch account said this, but the OnlyFans account that ended up joining said that, you know what I mean? Like they were different accounts, maybe the same person, likely, you know what I mean? Couldn't be. I mean, it could be a couple of creeps working in tandem, you know what I mean? So, a couple of weirdos on a tandem bicycle, you know what I'm saying? Just pedaling. And you know what I mean, with safety helmets on, with the goggles. And yeah, the person comes back on my stream, yo, and I was like, hey, it's good to see you. Since it was a different name, I didn't know whether or not it was them that was the person that was on my OnlyFans. And I was just like, hey, you know, welcome back, good to see you, whatever. You know how I do it. And then this person out of nowhere was like, you know, different account, different everything. Why did you lie on your OnlyFans? I'm like, excuse me? Like they confronted me. And this goes with the weirdo thing that I'm talking about. They confronted me on my live stream on Twitch rather than, you know, messaging me or responding to the message that I sent everyone when they join. You know what I mean? Hi, welcome. Some people respond, some people don't. It is what it is, you know. But when they're weird and they're just there for a day or two and then they bounce, and then after they bounce, they pop up with another account, perhaps on a different account, on a different platform. Why did you lie on your OnlyFans? I'm like, what are you talking about? Nah, you know, you didn't do that stuff. And so I'm like, what stuff? You know what I mean? Like, however that conversation went, but apparently, like, this person, you know what I mean? Like, choosing to go live on my live stream to confront me about my OnlyFans. When I was like, but my OnlyFans is just the edited version of what I do on Twitch. And obviously I ain't doing no funny stuff on Twitch because Twitch don't allow it, even on the 18 and over. You know what I mean? Like, they still don't allow it. So it's like, I'm not doing any of that stuff on Twitch. So what would anybody ever expect on my OnlyFans, especially without a conversation? Like, when it's just the same videos, they're just edited down, tailored with more information added to them. You know what I mean? But it's not like I'm making content on OnlyFans that is content you can't see anywhere else. If you catch the live stream, you catch the live stream, but it's like an hour-long video, and then you catch the OnlyFans, it's an edited video, but it's the same video. It's just edited, tailored, you know what I mean, tailored to the workout, so that way everything is like, you know what I mean, all the minutia is cut out, all the BS is cut out, all the talking, all the dialogue, all the you know, pleasantries that come with a Twitch stream are edited out, and then it's only the workout videos because that's what it's about. It's like, I'm trying to respect people's fitness and being like, yo, I know we ain't got all the time in the world. You know what I mean? That's part of everything that I do, and you're welcome. You're welcome that I went and did the hard work of figuring out 6 days worth of exercises, 6 exercises each day that only take 20 minutes, give or take, to do. You're welcome. You're welcome that I figured out that plan for you. You're welcome that I also offer. The only other thing that I offer on OnlyFans that I don't offer is more information, more in-depth information, more, you know what I mean, precise knowledge, diet options, you know, if you're just getting started, things like that. Like, you know what I mean, if you, I tell people all the time, go on my IG where the workout videos are still free, and go ahead and watch those old ones, see what I used to look like, and then see what I look like now, and you're like, oh wait, so like, what did you do? And it's like diet and exercise, and it's like, you know what I mean. So if you want to ask questions more in depth about diet and or exercise, that's what the OnlyFans is for. So imagine Imagine how shocked I was. You know what I mean? I'm live streaming. I'm cool. I'm talking to somebody who was cool the other day who came up on a different account apparently on my OnlyFans, and they acted mad weird. You know what I mean? And then they left, and then they got belligerent on my Twitch account, which is like mad petty. It's like, why didn't you just bounce? If you got your money back, just, you know what I mean? Like, why did you feel the need to go onto my Twitch and then start lying? Is it because nobody has to fact check you as a random chatter? Yeah, social media definitely brought us together, let me tell you. Like, so imagine how shocked I was when I'm not knowing if this is that person or not, and I'm just like, hey, welcome back, how you doing? Like, I'm being all extra cool, you know me. And this person just started wilding out live. I'm live streaming. There's another person in chat. I got, you know what I mean? I already talked about my neighbors. My neighbors ain't like my neighbors. They, you know what I mean? And then also at the same time, as that's happening, my neighbors are more active than ever, and not even like bothering me per se, like how sometimes they would try to interrupt the stream. My neighbors are just walking past, because, you know, I work out in the back patio, so my neighbors are walking past my back patio like on a constant. Never did it before, never did it since. Like, yes, one of them, maybe two of them will pass by, but there was like 5 of them, like all passing by multiple times, like just within that entire interaction. And it's just like, you know what I mean? It's funny how all the weirdos come out. It's like, yo, I'm on my own, I'm on my own back patio. Not bothering nobody. You know what I mean? If anything, they're bothering me more than anything, right? And they know it. So now I got random accounts getting active at the same time that I got neighbors that are like mad petty getting active simultaneously. Yeah, social media definitely brought people together, yo. You know. Social media definitely pushed people to mind their own business, that's for sure, right? It's so funny to me that after social media became a thing, like I remember like when Facebook first started, like in high school or something, and it was like this new weird exciting thing, right? MySpace was still a thing, you know, Wix was for real free, and Amazon might have still just been a bookstore, like it was probably just only selling toothpaste and like maybe a couple of, like Amazon wasn't really Amazon yet. And it was like an exciting thing, obviously, because it was a new thing, right? So it was like an exciting thing, but it wasn't like the thing, right? It was just another thing, as with most things, but there were still just more popular things than like Facebook or you know, social media wasn't even a word, you know what I mean? And I don't know at what point like it turned into, oh, I just met this person, I gotta look up I gotta look up everything about them. Like, I've talked about it in the past before, but like I skipped that whole thing. Like I didn't get on social media until I graduated college. So if it came out, you know what I mean, while I was in high school, it had a good, like everybody that I knew and their mama had like a good 5+ year head start on me on social media. So I wasn't there for any of that, and you know what I mean? Back in those days, I was like, yo, that's whack. You know what I mean? I'm still like, that's whack. You know, I got out of college. I was just like, all right, well, if I can use it to make money, then that's what I'm gonna do. Notice I'm not like running a pyramid scheme or anything like that. Like, I'm actually doing business. You know what I mean? Like, I actually do artwork. I actually do everything that I do. You know, I actually work out. I actually diet. I actually video edit. I actually illustrate. I actually conceptualize. I actually do everything that I'm doing. You know what I mean? I'm not just taking your money and then promising you more money in return, you know, but just don't ever ask for the money back. You know what I mean? Like, no, I actually do everything that I do, and then I sell products on top of that. Ooh, it sounds like capitalism. It is. It sounds a little too capitalistic. Don't you sell merch also? Like, don't be a hypocrite. Don't you have commercials play on your stream? Don't be a hypocrite. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, but somewhere along the lines, like, it wasn't like that, and then one day it just became like that. Was like, I gotta look up everything about everything on everybody, and you know what I mean? Like, journalists that ain't journalists, you know, like, maybe that's where it started. Maybe because people had the opportunity to sit there and do a little bit of research, that just became the thing that people were willing to research. It's funny how that is. You know, you go to school and then you're asked to do a research report, and people can't even do it. People can't even do a research report. You know what I mean? But if you meet somebody, then all of a sudden you got to research everything. I gotta know everything, and then you research everything about that person. And then you're like, I know everything about this person, and then you got to go and like do what? Tell the world, or maybe perhaps make a friend for real. Or like what are you doing? Like who does that and why? Like, it's weird. I've never done that. I've never met anybody and was like, I need to look this person up and I need to know every. Like, it's only ever happened maybe 2 or 3 times ever in my life where it wasn't even when I met the person, but it would have been like mad later, and I was just like, what happened to that person? And then I'll look them up. You know what I mean? I'll be like, oh yeah, I guess I haven't seen that person post or had any interaction with that person in a minute. Let me see what they're up to. You know what I mean? Like, genuine curiosity to make sure everything is all right with somebody. That was, it's only ever happened like maybe once or twice, ever. Ever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know at what point like it just became commonplace for journalists, not journalists, to just be like, I gotta know anything and everything about everybody. That what are their name? I gotta look them up. Look up everything about them. And God forbid that you're on like everything. Oh, everything. Oh, everything. like God forbid that, you know, if you're someone like me, and you know what I mean, I'm doing my thing. I'm out here. I'm looking good. I'm doing all the business and everything like that. Krispy Kreme, what's up? Yo. Joe Rogan. Say my name next time, dog. Say my full name. Don't do that coward thing where you just say Andrew. You know what I mean? And then it's like, but there's a million Andrews out there. Like, just say my full name, dog. What's up? So, it's like, it's a little bit interesting to me. One, I'm interested that people are so interested in researching people for essentially no reason. No, I swear, I'm a good person, officer. I didn't break the law at all. I'm just stalking people. You know what I mean? Without them knowing. But then people also still can't do book reports. Like, even, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think any generation of any schooling could ever do any report ever. You know what I mean? Like it's always difficult. Like I get that. It's funny to me that it's still difficult even with all the tools. It's just like, I guess that's just human nature. People are going to be interested in what they're interested in, and you know what I mean? Naturally, just there's like the disinterest in the education system, perhaps. But it's like people are definitely interested in research on some things. So it just becomes like, why? Like as far as like schools go, just because I'm on a tangent, like why is it so difficult for people to just do like research things and do a report? Like, is it still because it's a limited subject matter that's not interesting to them? You know what I mean? Like I would always have to force myself to get interested in something in order to do a research report on it, or else it was just like dreadful. You know what I mean? Because I used to not be a writer. I used to, you know what I mean? Like research, reading, writing, that was not my thing. You know what I mean? I know I wrote a story and I'm drawing it now. You know what I mean? This was never in the cards for me. But here I am doing it, right? But it's funny to me that people could do research like that. And it's like, okay, so then what is it? Is it the subject matter of human being, another person that's interesting to people? Because you know what I mean? You get told to do a book report on a person, you don't want to do that report neither. So is it the anonymity factor that you could research somebody without them knowing? Because if you got to research a dead president, like that president don't know that you researching them. So why is it so hard to research a dead president? You know what I mean? Where you could research somebody who's alive who doesn't know that you're researching them. Like, what's the difference? Like, is it the anonymity factor of like the feeling of power? Is there no feeling of power because the dead president's already dead, so there's nothing that you could do with that person? So researching them is uninteresting because you don't know about them. So it's not like you're doing the research for no reason. You would do the research to, and I'm just using dead president as an example, but like insert subject matter, you know what I mean? But insert person because of the amount of like research that people do on social media. You know, journalists, not journalists. Specifically, if you're an actual journalist, which I think there's maybe like one or two of you on the planet ever, you know what I mean, then I would be livid. I would be livid. You know what I mean? I would be more livid than like how artists pretend to be livid about like AI art. I'd be a million times more livid than artists are about AI art. Or some artists, I don't know. Some celebrate it, some don't. I don't care. It's another tool. You know what I mean? It's like I don't draw with charcoal. I don't really feel a way about charcoal. You know what I mean? I'll draw with it. I'll draw with AI art. I don't care. Like, alright, let's do it. You know what I mean? So, like, journalists, not journalists. Like what is it about, like, researching people anonymously online that's so attractive? You know what I mean? God forbid you take it beyond that. I'm so thankful that I'm not that type of person that had ever. I'm still, you know what I mean? Like on that where it's like, yo, that's whack. That's whack. Not only is it whack, that like just as whack as it was when Facebook first came out, like is more whack. You know what I mean? Because now it's been out forever, so it's forever whack. You know what I mean? There's never going to be any respect for anybody, any journalist, not journalist, that's ever just like, give me a name, I'm going to look them up. Research everything. God. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't even watch Joe Rogan anymore. He could say my full name and I wouldn't even hear it. That's funny. But like, what is it? Like, genuinely. Like, I would have to force myself to do research on things that I could try to learn to care about. I did a lot of reports, like on wars and conflicts and things like that. I learned a lot of things about, like, you know, things that I didn't even know that I was learning about until I was older, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I do know about like warplanes and you know what I mean, just war in general. But it wasn't like I was ever into war. Like, I just had to force myself to do a research paper on something that I thought was interesting. So war was obviously just the topic that I made fit into whatever I needed to research for whatever class subject matter, you know what I mean? You know, dogs. I'm into dogs, so I did like research papers on dogs. You know what I mean? Like, and even then, it's still difficult. So I wonder what it is. I wonder if, like, the reason the people can research people, you know, living people, not journalists, can research other living people is so attractive to people. I wonder if it's like just because it's so easy, just because all the information is at the ready on their socials, where if you had to research a subject matter, there's so much information scattered everywhere, where, you know what I mean, if you were going to do a legitimate report, you would have to actually like look up multiple sources, and those multiple sources could lead you down many more sources, and you may not get the answers that you're looking for, perhaps. So like, there's actual work involved in researching things, where if you're just a creep looking up somebody online, like even if they have 10 social media pages, they're like on everything, you know, everything. Like, if they're on everything, like still it's just 10 pages that is definitely dedicated to that person. Where if you wanted to look up, I don't know, the Red Baron from World War I think, you wanted to research the Red Baron, I mean, 10 pages might not get you all the information that you may want or need, depending on what the end goal is in your research report. So you may have to visit more than 10 pages, or even if you visit 20 pages, you might visit 20 pages, but they're all saying the same thing about the person, where, you know what I mean? So you're not getting anywhere. You're going all over the place, but you're just finding the same things over and over and over and over when you're researching someone who's, you know what I mean, like a historical figure or something like that, as opposed to finding somebody who's current and alive and active. Like, all their information is right then and there, so you could just find it and boom. And I'm just talking about creeps. I'm not even talking about like scam artists or people like stealing people's identities or anything like then that and then that, you know what I mean? Just because you're not stealing people's identities doesn't mean that you're not a creep that's like researching some, you know what I mean? Like, not respecting, not being a respectful human being, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder what it is, because it's like, okay, so you're the type of person that's not respectful, which is the reason why I always saw that it was whack, you know what I mean? Because it's like, ooh, you're disrespectful, like, not in their face? Oh, so you're scared. You're scared. Like, that's what that is. You know what I mean? Oh, and then you can't do the report on top of that? Oh, so you're lazy. you're a scared, lazy person. See what I'm saying? See how these things like start to come together now, right? Like how it's like, okay, so a scared person and they're lazy makes sense as to why they're like, well, who's this person? I gotta look up everything about them. It's amazing how much like you could just learn about people. So I'm sure we all know people that's like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know them per se, but you definitely hear it I definitely hear it in like conversation. You know what I mean? You could just be kicking it with some people, and then, you know what I mean, you think everything is cool, and then all of a sudden, like, someone says that, who are they? I gotta look them up. What's their social media? What's their handle? It's like, whoa. Like, put the phone down. You know what I mean? We're chilling. We're over here with it. Like, why are you taking it over there? Like, that's weird. You know, people talk about like the connection. It's so funny to me. So yeah, enjoy my commercials, please. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's hard out here for a pimp. So yeah, going back to that OnlyFans model that does way more things than just OnlyFans. Like, it's interesting to me that she felt the need to have to like publicly be like, yo, like, you know what I mean? I don't do it like that there. I mean, she was like running into so many issues, and then part of me is kind of like, well, dang, how does she even know to do that? You know what I mean? Like, I got people that's trying to like argue with me on different platforms. Like, they didn't even take it to me on OnlyFans. You know what I mean? I might have sent them a little picture. I might have sent them a little video. You know what I'm saying? Like, had they been like, yo, like, you don't do that on, they'd be like, nah. Why not? I'm like, yo, can I get like, you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't even ask. Like you was on here. I all messaged you. You didn't say anything in return. You bounced after a couple of days. You got your money back, and then you pick a fight with me on my Twitch, like live, while my neighbors are all walking around circling me like vultures. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, dang, like what happened to girl where she knew to like go ahead and publicly say that? Like, I could only imagine, like, hopefully, I imagine with her, it was at least people that were on her OnlyFans being like, you know what I'm saying? Like, messaging her directly on OnlyFans with their complaint, like, I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't see the But I came here to see, and she, you know what I mean. At least then and there, she might have been able to be like, nah, I don't do that. So that way, she knew to like publicly just be like, yo, I don't do that. You know what I mean? Cause that's what I mean by I just get weirdo energy. Like my audience just be mad different. You know what I mean? They didn't even have enough respect for me to hit me up while I was on there. Yo, I joined. I just had to see. I joined you because I just had to see. I'm like, what you look like? You know what I mean? Like, you didn't even have the nerve to like ask me on my own platform while you had me there. Like, you know what I mean? Kind of lets you know just how weird these weirdos are. You know what I mean? How not journalists these journalists are. I never said I did that stuff on OnlyFans. I never promoted my OnlyFans like that. You should ask yourself why you believe OnlyFans is only meant for that. You should ask yourself that. Any of you, all of you. You know? Especially if you're watching my workout videos and you go onto my Twitch channel and you see I'm doing a whole bunch of artwork videos, because all my art videos, my art streams, they stay up. My workout videos don't. You know what I mean? You can thank the weirdos for that one. Like, so you see I'm doing like a whole bunch of, like, yeah, I'm doing workout videos, but I'm also doing art streams. And doing more art streams than I am like workout videos, right? Like, and then I never promote my OnlyFans that way. It's like, you know, you see where I'm going, right? Like with how like mentally ill people are. How sick and deranged people are. You know, it kind of makes sense to me. A lot of people, I heard people making complaints about OnlyFans models, girls, whatever, like, and you know, I can kind of almost relate to the complaints, but also I also understand why these girls do it. You know what I mean? If you don't know how it works, like how it works is like with a lot of people.
4-hour video. Let me skip past that one for a second. Hold on.
let that render for a second. Yeah, so you know, so the way that it works sometimes is you'll you know, pay to play, right? Like you gotta pay to play. And then once you're playing, then you think all the payments is done. It's like, nah. Then you gotta pay. Then you gotta pay to win, essentially. And then people get, you know what I mean? I'm not saying anything new, but people get their panties in a bunch. It's like, yo, unbunch your panties before you talk. And it's like, people, you know what I mean? They're like, I gotta pay to win too, but I already paid to play. And it's like, yeah, you gotta pay to win as well. Like that's how most OF accounts work, OnlyFans accounts work. And people complain about that, whatever. Like, I get it. And it's like, I can kind of see why a lot of these OF girls set it up that way. Like, you know what I mean? Because of the 1984 World Wide Web. Man, already finished rendering that fast? Yeah. So I can get why they, you know, make people pay to win. They don't have to. They choose to. That's their business. You know what I mean? Like I heard people making complaints about it, and I was like, yeah, I guess, you know what I mean? You can complain about that if you want. But it's also like, but you ain't on there creating content. So if you don't create content there, or have like content for people there, like I don't think you know what I mean? Like you're just a fan, you're not a player, you know what I'm saying? It's hard out here for a player. Yo. So since you're not a player, you wouldn't understand like the ins and outs of what happens, like kind of like what things happen. Like I have to sit there and wonder, anybody who's jumping on my OnlyFans and being weirdo about it, like when is the leak happening? You know what I'm saying? When is the leak happening? Because I've already had like a handful of weirdos in there, like weird interaction, like interaction, not interaction. Interactions that were odd because they were non-interactive. You know what I mean? Like if you'd be like I'll be like, hi, hello, welcome, you know, you know what I mean? How may I help you? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's already 50% off. Like, I really can't be like, yo, I ain't got nothing else for you. Like, what's up? And then they don't say nothing. It's just like expensive window shopping. You know what I mean? Could you imagine if you had to pay to get into just a window shop? You know what I mean? Like you just pay to window shop, but then you don't. But you don't buy anything, but you still paid. You know what I mean? Like that. Where it's just like, ooh, that's weird. Like, I can get why these girls make you pay to win as well. They don't have to. It's their business. They choose to. I can see why they choose to. It's because the World Wide Web and social media just made us all so sociable. Because it's like, God forbid. Like people gotta pay to win now just because the weirdos made it difficult for girls to just kind of like have their accounts and let those accounts live, so that way you could just pay to play, and then, you know what I mean? Winning is an option when playing, you know what I mean? It was like, nah, weirdos had to go in there and ruin that for everybody. Like weirdos had to go in there and, I mean, who knows? I wasn't around for the early days of OnlyFans, but I could imagine that like some girls probably did what I did, or what I'm doing, which is like just having content available. Like as I promote my OnlyFans, and like I say, I don't mispromote myself at all. When I promote my OnlyFans, I'm like, yo, join up, 50% off, 100 of videos there. You know what I mean? Like, go join and tell me if I'm lying. Go join and tell me if I'm lying. See, that's the problem with weirdos. Because the weirdos get in there, messing it up for everybody. Like, I could only imagine it probably only took one girl to get her account, where somebody went in there, took everything, blew it up, threw it all over the place, you know what I'm saying? Girl lost all her business, you know what I'm saying? It's hard out here for a pimp. So I wonder if like OnlyFans ever had to go through that, where it was like, oh dang, alright, so we need to make more options for people to make offers and things like that. Now we need to create an option where not only do you get to have to pay to play, that's for sure, you definitely got to pay to play. Okay. I mean, I guess they got those free accounts, whatever. That's crazy. Anybody ever do those things? Anyway. You got those free accounts, or people have to pay to play, but now they have to create the option for the creators on there to open up a pay to win option, and then they just kind of pretty much, for the most part, I imagine, like put, well, they definitely putting all their hits, you know, on there. And it makes sense. Like, weirdos came in and ruined it for everybody. Good job, weirdos. I gotta know everything about this person. What's their social? What's their handle? I gotta know everything. I gotta research everything. Good job. This is why people can't have nothing nice, yo. Not only did I research everything and find out everything that they did, here it is. Look at it. Look at it. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're making you pay for. You'll be like, yo, you just jack moved all their stuff. Good job, weirdos. Good job, World Wide Web. Oh dang, you mean you created an account? And then they knew it was you? No. Fraud. That's how I got away with it. Right? Like, good job, weirdos. Good job. Now everybody has to pay to win. Everybody has to pay to win. That's that. If you haven't been on OnlyFans yet, that's on everyone's page. That's everyone's banner. You have their avatar and then the banner. It's just like Facebook. You know what I mean? And on everyone's banner it says you gotta pay to win. Some of them say like, oh, you thought paying to play was enough? Like. Yeah, I wonder how long it's gonna be for the weirdos to that jumped into my account mad lying, you know what I'm saying? Got their money back, stole my content, and then they're just sitting around waiting to post. If they haven't already done it, you know what I mean? Like sitting around waiting to post. A bunch of weirdos getting active while my neighbors are getting active. You know what I mean? While every chatter I have on Twitch is interrogative. You know what I mean? Like how long? I wonder if it even, if they wonder if it even matters, you know what I'm saying? I gotta know everything that he's doing. I gotta create a fake account. Pay to play. Pay to play. Oh my god. And then what? Like how long until they just release my content that I put behind the paywall? You know what I mean? If they haven't already done it. I mean, let's be real, between my Patreon and my OnlyFans, they definitely already have. Good job, weirdos. You know, people tend to look at me sideways just because I have an OnlyFans page. You know what I mean? Just because I'm like a dude out here with one. Like, they'll just be like, yo, he's weird just because I have an OnlyFans page. Yeah, G-Missy Draw on OnlyFans, go join. Let me know when I've lied to you. You know what I mean? But don't be fake like that other account that claimed that I wasn't doing what I was saying I was doing on there. You know what I mean? Actually have what it takes to hold that conversation, even in a chat room or DM or back and forth. You know what I mean? I'll put you on blast. I'll put you on blast. You know what I mean? Real quick, let me know. I can see why these girls make you pay to play. You mess it up for all of us. Mess it up for all of us. You know what I mean? Great job. See? Could you imagine somebody expected like to go into my some weirdo expected to go into my OnlyFans just so they could like steal content or something? Could you imagine someone tried to put a leak out there of me, just out there just like doing a helicopter, just could you imagine? Could you imagine? like, oh. Yo. Oh my god. I got a video of him doing a helicopter. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. It's like, yo, how long until the leak? You know what I mean? With all the weirdos that jump on my pay to play account, yo, you know what I'm saying? And that's the worst part about people being, like, people feeling a way, is like, yo, I do the workouts for free live, and they're longer videos. Like, you're getting more of me. You know, the live experience is like, even, I mean, it's like a different flavor, you know what I'm saying? You want hibachi where I'm cooking in front of you, or do you know what I'm saying? Do you want the fast food, you know what I mean? I'm giving it to you both ways. You know what I mean? What chef hat color am I wearing? I'm wearing the one, you know, I got the fancy joint. I got the fancy one. You know what I mean? I make the onion volcano. I flip the shrimp shell into my hat and I catch it. You know what I mean? Like, like I'm doing all of it. It's like you get, you know what I mean? For free? For free? You just gotta make it to the live? Yo, if you're watching on YouTube, you know what I mean? Genius of Joe on Twitch. Sign up for those notifications. Get notified when I go live. You know what I mean? Dang, man, I'm giving it to you hibachi style. And fast food? Come on. Come on, who's better than me? You know what I mean? Could you imagine I got a video of me? Just someone leaks a video of me just doing a helicopter. Oh, could you imagine the look on my face? I'd be like, oh. Not my helicopter video. They stole my helicopter video. Yeah, oh, that video finished rendering a minute ago.
Too much sauce, yo. Too much sauce, yo. How long is this video? 52 minutes? I mean, it beats a 4-hour video, that's for sure. That's how I'm saying. How long I've been going? How long I've been going? Gotta be like 4 hours, 5.5 hours? Look at me. Look at me. Could you imagine a helicopter video come out of me and I'd be like, no! G Mr. Drew reacts. You know what I mean? Feel my face like this. Ah. No, my content. Yo. Nah, but for real, I would feel sorry for like the first OF girls that probably had that happen to them, to be honest, you know what I mean? That's like mad whack that somebody could do that. You know what I mean? Great job, social media, you know? Great job, World Wide Web. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my bad. Look at me. Look at me, I didn't do that. Y'all ain't missing anything yet. All I did was the intro, the outro, real quick. That's all. you doing the thing again? Hold on. What are we doing? Let's do this again. I swear to God, if somebody joins my OnlyFans and then like messages me, be like, yo, how much for the helicopter fee? So rude.
page going, right? not terrible. It's not terrible. I will beat it. And then 10.5 plus. Alright, so what's the middle again? 10.5, 375, 13, 14, 25. So it'd be 7, 7 and 8. So that's what I'm talking about, freaking it. What do we got? Three 25 plus 7. What Oh dang. That'd be so funny if I did that. Nah. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Well, I feel like I didn't do anything. I'm good for that. Come on. Give me that. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty much how I have it lined up too.
I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. It means the world to me if you caught this live. Shout out to y'all watching on the VODs. I'm G Mr. Drew, at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. You've been looking at it all night. Check it out. Get on everything in there. What do we got? Merch stores. Get on all the merch stores. Patreon. Get on all the Patreons. OnlyFans. 50% off. Get on all of the 50% off that I'm giving you on the OnlyFans. Outside of that, man, you know what it is. Love y'all. Peace.